Antina bandwe, seyaba kweseye, tula kwemelo mutaku mundu kenge, tula kwemelo mutaku mundu kenge. Kikunkera mwana mama chachema na kuteba ngatina mfuta, katika mtu kara kweze kuteni toko kaka watike. Mama, adina bwana. Abebu wa mweni wana wa melebu wa inga kukutu wa kwa nani. Chikera wa mwana mbo kuyantia rungwe. Charo nyungo moja kwa na mwana. Tere ya maya. Charo nyungo nita kwa na mwana. Mwana chini ya izananje. Chimeza izananje mwana bali jizole. Chimeza izananje mwana bali jizole. Yakaka ya nene yakaka ya skete. Toiba taka mono kutu kari kable. Yebunda beyende nani ya mama na yonsa ini ya baba. Abekana yeri. Abekana yeri. Tabonga mwana na samu kwa chire. Kanye na kunanzo. Nasuma malabu ni kutanwa. Ibunelele nani mwana beka butujulaka. Watata kwa kutu kwa yenga njiwa yesara. Watata kwa kutu kwa yenga njiwa yesara. Ikata putu na yena pasi na ye monayo. Mwana wakela maena monando kwa baride ya sike. Wajina yeshimule. Sabe kantete mukana wawe. Sabe jadele mukana wawe. Sabe kabitatu mukana wawe. Sabe kabiyata mukana wawe. Uwe kujeleka kukubela taba wele kwange. Uwe kujeleka kumana kopa wele kwange. Sumili kibawini beki banzambo mwini motuna. Mama. Nakela wa mkento simba kanchibwe. Mwana wa beton kama kayena mbutu. Bongo tumika umbakipeli yena kutandwe. Kuchibuwa chawa mkento yena kutandwe. Kwenye sala wana mwana mkwezo zeto. Iuli kila kumenimba bila yipige. Iuli kila kumenimba bila yipige. Alena sanyi zeto ambeza. Tatula ambeza ngambuka na yanje. Tatula ambeza ngambuka na yanje. Chitu toko jeto. Toba tu toko jeto. Beto nijaka njoba mwana wane beta katalaka. Beto nijaka njoba mwana wane beta katalaka. Toba yuwige ni mfumu twekate. Toba yuwige ni mfumu twekate. Kubele mwana nyoneka kutujulaka. Ulu kutuje. Kese. Ça c'est quoi ça? Kubele lulikata. Aini toba tata yuwakulila. Kese. Ça c'est quoi ça? Kubele lulikata. Aini toba tata yuwakulila. Kese. Ça c'est quoi ça? Amwani mayaka bachili mundanga yaka kurumati la ulitengaye. Kese. Ça c'est quoi ça? Amwani mayaka bachili mundanga yaka kurumati la ulitengaye. Kese. Ça c'est quoi ça? Amama kama ya mwana mama. Kese. Ça c'est quoi ça? Amama kama ya mwana mama. Kese. Ça c'est quoi ça? Amama kama ya mwana mama. Kese. Ça c'est quoi ça? Amama kama ya mwana maman. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Ça c'est quoi ça? Maman maman. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Africa. Hello, and welcome to of the second days of the Tropics Business Summit. I'm Marvin Lutonadio. I hope you are well. The theme of today's sessions is just private equity and venture capital forum. For today, we will start with Mr. Varela from Capo Verde in 2 minutes and 1 minute before the station. And I thank you for sharing this session. Thank you for sharing this session from today. Bonjour à tous, vous qui nous suivez. En tout cas, merci beaucoup de nous suivre et de votre compréhension, vous qui nous suivez de partout. Je suis Marvin Lutonadio et je vais ouvrir cette deuxième journée, cette deuxième session et vous partager également ce que nous vous réservons pour cette journée avec tous les invités qui sont inscrits à l'ordre du jour. Aujourd'hui, nous allons parler de l'investissement dans tout ce qui concerne les relations entre l'Afrique et les Caraïbes, plus ou moins, et ceux qui défileront aujourd'hui nous expliqueront sur plusieurs thématiques, comme il a été de coutume hier également, et aujourd'hui également, nous osons croire que les intervenants sauront nous apporter autant d'informations enrichissantes et qu'il y aura un débat enrichissant. Comme il est de coutume, partout où vous nous suivez, dites-nous où est-ce que vous nous suivez en ce moment. Faites-nous un coucou, un hola et nous saurons que vous nous suivez en ce moment. Voilà. Les Tropics Business Summit sont très heureux de vous recevoir et nous allons commencer cette session avec Monsieur Lino Alberto qui est avec nous du Cap-Vert et qui va nous présenter ici plus ou moins la thématique Promoting Investment Opportunities in Cabo Verde. Il a 15 minutes pour nous présenter cela et nous allons lui céder l'antenne. Merci beaucoup en tout cas pour cette matinée. Merci pour vous qui nous suivez et merci de pouvoir partager ce live. On se dit à tout de suite.
Bonjour, good morning, bom dia a todos os que estão presentes e a ouvir a minha apresentação sobre como investir em Cabo Verde ou por que razão investir em Cabo Verde. Bonjour, je suis là pour présenter les raisons par lesquelles c'est possible investir au Cap Vert, c'est attractif investir au Cap Vert. Mais avant de tout, je vais présenter la chambre de commerce que je représente. Mon nom, c'est Lino Alberto Semedo Varela. Je suis né au Cap-Vert. J'ai grandi au Portugal et maintenant, j'habite au Luxembourg depuis 2012. Et on a l'opportunité de créer cette caméra de commerce à partir de 2014. Et le but, c'était promouvoir le business entre Luxembourg, Cap-Vert et les pays lusophones, les pays africains lusophones ou, dans ces cas-là, sud-américains, c'est le Brésil. Mais pendant le temps, on a eu l'opportunité aussi de croiser avec les pays africains francophones, les pays africains anglophones et les autres pays européens. Et c'est très intéressant pouvoir partager toutes les connaissances et partager les membres qu'on a d'un côté avec les membres que les autres chambres ont de l'autre côté. Et c'est pour ça que à partir d'un certain moment, on a commencé à avoir la possibilité de croiser les entreprises qui sont représentés au Luxembourg pour la Chambre de commerce luxembourgeoise, c'est un de nos partenaires, avec les autres entreprises qui sont de notre côté, au Cap-Vert par exemple, ou des autres pays qui sont intéressés en entrer au Luxembourg à partir de la Chambre de commerce Luxembourg-Cap-Vert. Mais il y a une autre chose que c'est très important pour nous aussi, c'est le soutien à la population capverdienne au Luxembourg pour l'aider dans l'intégration dans le pays que l'accueil, que c'est le Luxembourg, ou avec la connexion avec Cap-Vert pour toutes les questions bureaucratiques et institutionnelles que la population pourrait avoir. On a dans ce moment un grand partenaire avec la cité de la Praia, à partir de son maire qui s'appelle Francisco de Carvalho. C'est le maire qui a gagné la dernière élection au Cap-Vert de la mairie de la Praia, c'est la capitale. Et il a une grande possibilité d'avoir partenariat entre le mairie de la Praia, la maire de la Praia et les autres institutions africaines. On a une visite de maire de la Praia au Luxembourg le dernier juin, où on a préparé protocole entre le Luxembourg, les entreprises d'énergie renouvelable et la cité de la Praia comme un incubateur, comme une place pour tester les startups, les projets. Et à partir de Cap-Vert, on pourrait faire la exportation pour l'Afrique, pour les continents. Et c'est ça la proposition qu'on a pour faire aujourd'hui ici, pour tout ce que nous entendons, tous les gens qui entendent mon discours, à nous contacter, à contacter la cité de la Praia, parce que c'est très attractif dans ce moment, le Cap-Vert, parce que, comme tout le monde savent ici, tout le monde ne savent pas, c'est un pays avec une démocratie très, très, très stable. On a une grande diversité. C'est un pays avec beaucoup de sécurité aussi. Et une des plus grandes choses qu'on a, c'est notre géolocalisation qui permet le Cap-Vert d'être entre l'Amérique, l'Europe et l'Afrique. Et ce sera un point très important pour la circulation de projets, circulation de business, circulation de personnes. Et c'est très intéressant de pouvoir vous présenter tous les contacts qu'on a de la Chambre de commerce seront distribués pour la organisation de Summit. Et là, nous sommes ouverts à pouvoir aider, à pouvoir construire le lien entre le Cap-Vert, l'Afrique et le Luxembourg. Qu'est-ce qu'on pourra dire en plus de Cap-Vert et des Cap-Verdiens au Luxembourg? C'est que nous sommes la plus ancienne communauté africaine au Luxembourg. Le Cap-Vert, c'est la unique nation africaine qui a une ambassade au Luxembourg aussi. On a une grande relation, c'est pour ça que ce sera très, très, très simple de connecter Luxembourg, Cap-Vert et le continent. Il y a une grande volonté de le faire et ça dépend maintenant de croiser les besoins d'un côté et de l'autre côté, la volonté d'investir. Et ça, on pourrait dire d'un côté pour l'autre, de l'autre côté pour un côté. Parce que c'est pour les deux côtés qu'on parle d'investissement, c'est pour les deux côtés qu'on parle de partager projet. On a une équipe avec jeunes professionnels, le but de la Chambre de commerce, c'était avoir le plus de gens qualifiés, parce que notre préoccupation, c'est bien servir tous les membres qui vont nous solliciter opinion, vont nous solliciter avis, vont nous solliciter informations qui pourraient être très, très importantes pour le futur de chaque entreprise. Chaque pays a besoin de différentes choses pour réussir, pour faire réussi après le Covid. Chaque pays ira avoir une stratégie différente, mais on a une certesse, on a une conviction que c'est très important d'investir en Afrique dans l'éducation et dans l'énergie. Dans l'éducation, parce que sans l'éducation, c'est pas possible avoir une évolution. Sans l'éducation, c'est pas possible avoir les gens pour travailler qualifiés. Sans l'éducation, c'est pas possible respecter l'autre. C'est pas possible respecter la nature. C'est pas possible parce qu'on a beaucoup de problèmes. Tous les gens parlent de problèmes de la le problème de moment, c'est le climat. Mais le climat, sans éducation, sans respect pour le climat, c'est pas possible de résoudre le problème, parce que on a beaucoup de problèmes dans la société qui passent pour l'éducation. Et quand je parle d'éducation, je parle d'éducation scolaire, mais je parle d'éducation familiale aussi. Et Cap-Vert pourrait partager la stratégie que a mis sur place pour avoir un grand indice de scolarisation. Cap-Vert pourra aussi partager sa expérience dans l'énergie renouvelable, parce qu'on a dans ce moment en pratique l'utilisation du vent, par exemple, l'utilisation de la mer, l'utilisation du soleil, c'est la plus grande ressource d'énergie qu'on a en Afrique. Et c'est dommage que on n'utilise pas ces grandes ressources de la nature pour avoir énergie. Et sans énergie, on ne pourrait pas avoir l'électricité, on ne pourrait pas avoir une bonne Internet. Et sans Internet, aujourd'hui, c'est pratiquement impossible d'être bien formé, être actualisé. Ces deux facteurs que je pense sont très, très importants pour avoir une évolution dans le continent africain. Et sont ces deux facteurs que la Chambre de commerce Luxembourg Cap-Vert va travailler avec la Caméra de la Praia et avec la Caméra de commerce luxembourgeoise et l'ambassade Cap-Vert au Luxembourg aussi, parce que l'ambassade Cap-Vert, c'est un très grand partenaire qu'on a ici, Monsieur l'ambassadeur Carlos Semedo. Merci pour son soutien. Et nous sommes toujours disponibles pour faire la connexion entre le Cap-Vert, Luxembourg et les pays lusophones. Angola, Mozambique, Guinée-Bissau, São Tomé, Brésil. Nous sommes toujours disponibles pour faire la connexion entre la anglophonie, francophonie et la lusophonie. C'est tout pour le moment. Si après on a quelques questions qui les utilisateurs ou les exécuteurs vont faire, je suis disponible pour répondre directement ou en privé. Et pour le moment, je pense que c'est tout. L'OT, c'est Joseph.
Alors, pour ceux qui nous suivent en ce moment, en tout cas, Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lino Alberto Semedo Varela. Pour ceux qui nous suivent, Monsieur Varela nous exposait ici les avantages, hein, la promotion. Il nous a fait la promotion et les avantages de pouvoir bien arriver au Cap-Vert. Le Cap-Vert, vraiment, qui fait partie prenante de ce sommet. Ce sommet, il faut le dire, à travers Monsieur Varela, mais à travers également aussi le mayor, donc le maire de Praia, qui vraiment a tenu un discours hier et qui nous soutient. Donc, le Cap-Vert fait partie prenante du continent africain et le Cap-Vert est un exemple de promotion en matière de bonne gouvernance, il faut le dire, en matière politique également. Et qui dit bonne gouvernance dit simplement autant de mécanismes favorables pour la promotion et l'investissement. Raison pour laquelle il nous expose ici les avantages de bien vouloir arriver au Cap-Vert. Donc, si vous avez des questions, dites-nous où est-ce que vous êtes connecté. You are connected from which country? Could you tell us if you have any questions? You can just write in comment. Donc voilà, écrivez-le en commentaire. Monsieur Varela est avec nous ou il sera dans les coulisses. Il reviendra un peu plus tard. En tout cas, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Varela, pour votre exposé, en tout cas, et nous espérons que nous allons vous revoir un peu plus tard pour d'autres exposés.
Oui, demain, on a une table ronde avec Lindsay Mabé, qui habite ici au Luxembourg aussi.
Tout à fait.
Et on va parler un petit peu de la question culturelle pour l'intégration et pour l'évolution aussi. Aujourd'hui, je remercie pour l'opportunité de présenter ma chambre de commerce et présenter Cap-Vert, parce que je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui ne connaissent pas le Cap-Vert, ne connaissent pas les attractions qu'il y a en Cap-Vert. Et c'est très important de perdre un petit peu de temps. Je pense que c'est gagner le temps et investiguer les opportunités, investiguer Cap-Vert, comme par exemple une place de tourisme, c'est très, 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 très attractif. C'est, je pense, une des plus grands points de tourisme en Afrique en ce moment. Je vous invite à tous de passer là-bas, goûter le poisson, goûter la cachupa.
Quels sont les plats favoris au Cap-Vert, par exemple? Les plats culinaires.
Au Cap-Vert, le plus connu, c'est la cachupa. C'est un plat qui est fait avec le maïs, la viande de porc, des légumes. Et chaque île a une différente façon de le faire. Mais de toute façon, c'est bon partout. Les îles, c'est une plat. Mais après, on a le poisson, parce que nous sommes les îles et comme tel, le poisson est fait de beaucoup de différentes manières et c'est ça que je peux dire. Oui. L'odeur de la mer et un bon vin blanc. Il y a une rhum, c'est le grogo. C'est fait à base de canne, de sucre.
Une sorte de rhum, oui.
C'est quelque chose aussi, c'est une spécialité du Cap-Vert. On a le vin blanc de l'île de Fogo, c'est très, très particulière à cause de la particulière de l'île, c'est une île volcanique. Mais c'est tout. C'est une question de venir connaître Cap-Vert, c'est une question de tout le monde. C'est un défi que je fais tout le monde.
Voilà. Mais c'est une invitation que vous nous tendez et je l'ai dit hier, j'espère que vous allez recevoir le Tropics Business Summit, pourquoi pas, au Cap-Vert l'année prochaine. Ce sera un honneur pour nous de présenter le Tropics Business Summit en version physique également au Cap-Vert, dans la mesure où le Cap-Vert est vraiment une référence en matière de bonne gouvernance, mais en matière touristique aussi, et que là, vous nous offrez les opportunités, vous nous présentez ici le Cap-Vert dans toute sa sphère. Il y a tellement de points, on vous retrouvera demain de toute façon à la table ronde aussi. Donc, pour ceux qui souhaitent poser des questions à M. Varela, n'hésitez pas, vous l'écrivez en commentaire et bien plus après, au cours de la table ronde de demain, il reviendra dessus et il nous suit. Je pense qu'il nous suit également tout au long de ce sommet. En tout cas, M. Varela, merci beaucoup pour cet exposé.
Merci.
Et on vous retrouve à très bientôt.
À très bientôt. Merci beaucoup.
De rien. Voilà. Comme je vous l'ai dit, aujourd'hui, La thématique de ce jour, c'est investir dans les innovations afro-caribéennes également pour le développement. Donc, pour ceux qui nous suivent, bienvenue à cette seconde journée, à ce deuxième jour des Tropics Business Summit, cette rencontre des hommes d'affaires, cette rencontre des dirigeants, cette rencontre des politiques qui parlent également innovation, investissement et pourquoi pas qui créent un réseau d'échange entre les entrepreneurs africains, entre les jeunes entrepreneurs, les startups, les compagnies. En tout cas, c'est plusieurs étapes qui se sont déroulées ici autour de Tropics Business Summit. Nous avons eu droit à un concours, en tout cas à une compétition entre jeunes entrepreneurs. Les responsables du Tropics Business Summit nous en parleront tout au long de ces jours et vous comprendrez ici qu'il s'agit vraiment d'une rencontre, d'une sphère, d'une référence. Nous sommes à la 5e édition et les Tropics Business sont devenus une grande référence en matière de connexion, en matière de partenariat, en matière de deal également, d'investissement. Il y a des partenaires qui acceptent d'investir pour de grands projets et des grands projets sont présentés. Soyez tout simplement scotché. En tout cas, nous allons commencer sur cette session anglophone. En tout cas, thank you for sharing. Merci de partager ce lien. En tout cas, il est 10h22 minutes, heure de Paris. Mais surtout, n'hésitez pas de partager ce lien. Vous nous suivez actuellement sur YouTube. Nous passons sur YouTube. Nous passons sur Facebook. Nous passons sur la page Tropics Business Summit. Nous passons également sur la page Tropics Business Summit et celle de nos partenaires. Vous nous retrouvez un peu partout. Nous sommes également sur Twitter avec l'hashtag Tropics Business Summit. N'hésitez surtout pas de partager. Vous nous suivez également sur le compte YouTube Tropics Business Summit. Nous sommes en direct et tout se fait alternativement. Voilà, je vais passer ici l'antenne à nos futurs intervenants qui vont intervenir. Donc, Madame Cécilia, ici à Toutomid, qui va prendre le relais et bien d'autres intervenants qui vont s'enchaîner. On se dit à tout de suite.
Good morning. 10 years ago, Co-Creation Hub was established with a vision to accelerate the application of social capital and technology for economic prosperity. My name is Damilola Teidiayola, and I'm the Director of Startup Support at Co-Creation Hub. We started off by bringing various stakeholders together, innovators, organizations, developers, and more, to co-create solutions to various problems in Nigeria. People from the hub began creating the solutions, and then we noticed that they needed more support to take it further. So we created a pre-incubation program. And then they needed more funding. So we created an incubation program and started investing in companies. Each time we saw a gap in the ecosystem, as a concerned startup support at the time, we filled it. And there were many gaps. That journey from inception to this day is pregnant with various stories. Stories of individuals that started ventures and failed, stories of entrepreneurs that have succeeded, entrepreneurs that just found partners to go on the journey with them, individuals that started, failed, and went on to build a successful career in technology. Stories of people like me who were inspired by the work CC Hub was doing and decided to be part of this support system. Today, we hear our fundraisers, unicorns, and successful founders and companies. The work did not begin today or when you started to hear this announcement. These are undeniably the fruits of the work of an ecosystem of stakeholders continuously building the pipeline and encouraging experimentations. Sometimes we try to understand the role of accelerators and incubators, especially in Africa. I find that people ask, are they still relevant? What value do they provide? Now, it's important to understand the role of these support organizations. I like to say accelerators and incubators and the various models in which they operate are there to support founders that are disadvantaged in a certain area or certain areas. For some, that disadvantage is in accessing funding, in having the network to access this funding. For others, it's that they're not connected to a strong network or want to be plugged into opportunities. And there are others who do not have the required infrastructure to build that big dream, from the space of the building to the internet. One founder once tweeted, CC Hub was truly giving us subsidy. Paying for diesel and broadband is now the real hustle. This was right after they had completed the incubation program. By providing the much needed support to these entrepreneurs, accelerators and incubators contribute significantly to building the pipeline of startups, encouraging experimentation, as well as initial failures that may lead to successes in other forms that you would see in the future or that we are seeing now. However, unlike before, I believe and we believe that we're at a point where it's key to start looking into how we can do this at scale. Now, this is one of our mandates at CC Hub, to build a strong pipeline of high growth startups on the continent, provide the funding and support that they need, and to do this at scale. To create a system that enables us to capture and retain value on the continent, whether it's from where a company is headquartered or to the talent that they need, or to the ease of expansion across the continent and more. This is important for us as an ecosystem and as a continent. As an organization over the years, we have focused on critical pillars that not only support entrepreneurs, but also the African technology ecosystem. These pillars are product, distribution, talent, and funding. And as we narrow down to funding, as an ecosystem builder and entrepreneur support organization, it was clear to us in those early days that funding, especially in the early stages, was a critical piece of the puzzle in building a robust ecosystem and supporting high growth technology companies. I'd like to now call on our head of investment to shed more light on this. Victoria.
Thank you, Damilola. My name is Victoria and I lead investments at CC Hub. In the early days, we little known for the Nigerian technology ecosystem. CC Hub to create high net worth individuals, seasoned entrepreneurs, leaders in corporate Nigeria and across the world to support the next generation of founders building solutions for the African continent. Notably amongst these individuals and corporates is Mr. Tony Elumelu, who worked with our organization to fund 20 early ideas that came out of ideation sessions at CC Hub. It became evident to us as an organization that funding, not only driven from a return lens, but as a catalytic tool, was required to fill the African technology ecosystem to its next level of growth. Our incubation and acceleration program invested with an aim to unearth brilliant innovation and ideas driven by homegrown founders. We believe it worked because companies like Lifebank, Budget, WeCyclers were established as a result of this thesis. Today, funding in the African technology ecosystem, as at the end of H1 2021, stood at $1.2 billion. This is 3 times the entire amount that the continent raised in 2014 and almost double the amount that the continent received in 2018. To contextualize this, in 2020, a tough year by global standards, African startups raised over $1 billion in funding, but by mid-year 2021, those numbers had been surpassed. Verticals like fintech, gaming, life sciences, hardware continue to attract a large portion of investments made on the continent. But there are several emerging business models contending for investors' wallet share today. In 2019, Nigerian startups raised about $750 million, which represented 37% of all funds raised by startups on the continent. A large amount of these funds were limited to Series A and later stages, supporting the thesis that later stage funding is growing at a faster pace than early stage funding on the continent. There is, at the moment, an intense competition for few later stage deals by institutional investors, which means there is a need to increase support to early stage funding and early stage investors in order to significantly grow the quality and quantity of innovative companies in the pipeline. The availability of early stage funding is critical to the growth of startups on the continent. An example is Paystack, which recently raised $200 million from Stripe. In the early days, Paystack was able to attract early stage funding to develop their product and take it to market. The availability of this kind of capital and other value or creative resources at its early stage is pivotal to the eventual success of startups on the continent. Over the years, CCF's funding pillar has evolved. We've transitioned from providing small ticket, catalytic, at-risk capital to setting up a full-fledged investment and advisory unit focused on providing to founders capital and other value accretive resources. In 2020, the team launched the CCF Syndicate with a mandate to unlock value trapped in the huge remittances that come into Africa from Africans in the diaspora, as well as build a solid network of these Africans with the right talent, network, and social capital to support innovative founders. In the long term, we believe that the availability of early stage funding to startups in the ecosystem will be driven by high net worth individuals and Africans in the diaspora who begin to see the value in investing in high growth startups as a viable investment opportunity with successful exits. To this end, CCF is focused in the near term to playing a pivotal role by unlocking partnerships for critical verticals through financing. We're doing that today by providing fund management and advisory support to organizations seeking to invest in Africa's future. And we work with many fund managers in the ecosystem to unlock value to founders in our portfolio and in all our programs. We remain convinced that funding is pivotal to building a thriving ecosystem. And despite the past narrative about Africa, Africa is full of opportunities and is still open for investment. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank the organizers of the TROPICS Business Summit for making this great event possible and for having me. Very much appreciated talking to you today. Today, I will speak about the role of African financial centers in driving growth, mainly in my role as a managing director of the World Alliance of International Financial Centers. Before I start, please allow me to introduce the World Alliance of International Financial Centers very briefly. The World Alliance is a non-profit association registered in Belgium, comprising 24 leading international financial centers across 4 continents, including Africa, of course. Our members are government agencies, public-private partnerships, and similar institutions developing and promoting their national financial centers. Among our members are 3 African financial centers. First, Casablanca Finance City, which is even a founding member of our association. Second, Rwanda Finance, or the Kigali International Financial Center. And third, the Economic Development Board of Mauritius. In total, our members represent 18 countries with a total nominal GDP of $37 trillion, 3,600 banks, 20,000 fintech startups, and more than 60,000 investment firms. What are we doing? We organize the collaboration between leading financial centers worldwide, our members. We run projects together for topics like fintech, so financial technology, financing of small and medium-sized enterprises, sustainable finance, and financial inclusion. We exchange best practices between our members, and we jointly promote the vital role of financial centers in financing the economy. The last 1.5 years have been challenging for all of us. At the World Alliance, we have focused on the economic recovery from the current pandemic and how financial centers can contribute, helping, supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, fintech startups, the people, and of course, how to migrate towards a more sustainable financial industry in general. We have also published a series of reports with recommendations for financial centers and governments on preparing the economic recovery and addressing the most pressing issues. In our publications, we have made concrete proposals for financial centers worldwide. Please have a look at them. You can download them in the publication section on our website, which is waifc.finance. At the same place, you can find our publication on the role of financial centers in driving economic growth, which we prepared already in 2019. In this publication, which I would highly recommend to you, we highlighted many examples from our members on the crucial enabling role financial centers play in financing the economy and furthering social equity. I still remember the closing remarks of Said Ibrahimi, the CEO of Casablanca Finance City. He said that Casablanca Finance City strongly believes in Africa's potential and the pivotal role financial centers play in driving economic and social growth. I think he is right, and I would go personally so far as to expect that the next decade will be a decade of the African financial centers, as one might say that this decade belongs to the Asian ones. We might see the first African financial centers in the top 20, if not the top 10 globally. I hope you don't mind me keeping my fingers crossed for our members Casablanca, Kigali, and Mauritius. That said, several other financial centers in Africa are well positioned too. Before we dig deeper into this, let's take a brief lesson and look back several hundred years. So I hope you don't mind me for this very small historic part. Many of the top financial centers globally developed out of trading hubs, so strong trading cities. There was quickly a need for essential financial services at those medieval trading cities. Foreign exchange, of course, because at the trading cities, many traders from different countries arrive with different currencies, lending, and trade finance, for instance. A few hundred years later, bonds and stock markets were added, and financial technology and sustainable finance in the last decade. Other financial centers were developed top-down as a government initiative, for supporting the financial needs of usually emerging economies. Our members, Abu Dhabi Global Market, Astana International Financial Center, Dubai International Financial Center, or Qatar Financial Center, are such examples. Such projects take time, however. Even with a strong government backing and leadership team, it usually takes at least 15 to 20 years to the top. That said, in my opinion, it is government funding well spent, as those initiatives have regularly been successful in strengthening the national economy. By the way, we have also recently experienced a new breed of financial centers developing out of e-commerce and financial technology. I don't know whether you know Hangzhou in China with the headquarters of Ant Financial. Also Berlin in Germany, they are good examples of these trends. They are rarely known for their banks or stock exchanges, but they have developed rich fintech ecosystems, and they play a crucial role in designing the future of finance. Please let me talk now briefly about the trends in the financial industry that most likely will have a substantial impact on financial centers and the future of finance. First and foremost, sustainability. Our financial centers will not only become greener themselves, but moderate the dialogue between the government and the financial industry and how to support the transition in the most effective way. Second, big data and artificial intelligence. Our financial centers will become smarter and more customer-centric. Data is increasingly important. Third, the digital transformation. Finance is at our fingertips already. Convenience is key. Every year, less and less people visit a physical bank branch. Fourth, economic change. New skills are required in the financial industry, and remote work is on the rise. What does that mean for financial centers, which are physical clusters, where people used to meet over lunch to discuss business? And where do we find the right talent for the financial industry of the future? These are highly relevant questions for financial centers and our members. What can we expect from African financial centers? Here's my personal list of priorities for them. First, regulation. There need to be a sound legal and regulatory framework for domestic and international financial service providers, while at the same time protecting the interest of the consumers. This is the basis for anything else. The good news is that you don't need to reinvent the wheel, but you can simply copy what you need from other countries or economic regions. Second, fintech or financial technology. They should try to leapfrog the digital transformation and be among the first in introducing new services. For instance, central bank digital currencies, which are the future of money, and also digital assets. For making this possible, financial centers need to breed and support young entrepreneurs in finance with capital, infrastructure access, and mentorship. This takes time and efforts, however, but will be most rewarding eventually. Third, financial inclusion. They need to foster the use of state-of-the-art technology like artificial intelligence to bring financial services to the unbanked, both people and also small businesses, in particular micro businesses. This year, we run a webinar series on artificial intelligence in finance, jointly with the World Economic Forum and NVIDIA. On July 15th, we discussed this topic with entrepreneurs and experts from various African countries. You can find a recording on our website. All speakers in that webinar agreed that there are plenty of opportunities in improving financial inclusion in their countries. Fourth, sustainable finance. Financial centers need to manage the transition of the financial industry successfully and become a role model for Africa. This, to be honest, is probably the hardest part in emerging economies, which still need to grow rapidly. And this strong growth, of course, usually means also emissions. So this financial centers need to manage, need to help in financing this transition. Fifth, infrastructure finance. Financial centers should earn the trust of international investors for attracting them to finance the national infrastructure projects of the future. And I think we all agree many African countries need huge investments into infrastructure. This takes time, and as usual with trust, one misstep can destroy everything that was built over years. Whoever managed these 5 topics well among the African financial centers will not only move to the top in the International Financial Center League tables, but also give a strong boost to the domestic economy and people's wallet. You might ask why I'm so optimistic for Africa. Talking to African financial centers and their ecosystem players, I've seen dedication and the strong will to make a change. Furthermore, there is a strong bottom-up development. Young people are most entrepreneurial, willing to learn, to take risk, and to start new businesses. Eventually, that will lead to success if the country is stable and the legal and regulatory framework is right. At the World Alliance, we are there to help with sharing best practices and providing a strong network of partners, of course. Thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward to your questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to maybe to connect through my my mobile. The laptop is not working. So again, I welcome all of you in this short talk. I'm Dr. Murad Mansour from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in Saudi Arabia. I'm a Tunisian based in Saudi Arabia, and I will be briefly talking about the digital transformation and entrepreneurship in Africa. And I think it is the best time to do it. If we watch the progress that it has been in Africa, that's the best time to do it. We have seen so many times before that the continent has been able to leapfrog technologies, trends, and with the rapid scaling of digital technologies, we believe that there are huge opportunities waiting to be exploited in our continent. All organizations across different segments, different sectors, they need to evaluate their strategies and their response to through the different trends that are going on. As a result, I think we need to have and to create new business models. We emerge them. We need to form more partnership. And why not? We have the north and the south. Good relationship that still is not that good. We need to scale more innovation and we try to create and look at more opportunities. I think Africa is in a unique position to take advantage of the digital trends that are emerging nowadays. The continent is remaining one of the leaders when it comes to, for example, mobile money, with over almost $22 billion moved every year, and that trend is likely to continue. With all the improvement in technological capabilities, connectivity, and the proliferation of mobile devices, I think we can anticipate exciting times ahead for the transformation or the digital transformation in the continent. We look around us now. We are in the fourth industrial revolution, the growing use of big data, mobile, cloud computing, artificial intelligence. All this we give organization to the organization the ability to reimagine their client experience, to deliver more and better products and services instantly to large numbers of clients at a lower cost. The other big trends that cannot be ignored are blockchain technology. We have when we should think, about international payments, trade finance, and I think blockchain will also bring transparency, cost reduction, and efficiencies. Africa may be still lagging behind in business transformation and digital, maybe because of some political issues, but with a new generation of entrepreneurship and the power of technology change, it is possible. And I think after Africa, it is the future. So digital technologies are enabling or will enable Africa to leapfrog and experience a groundbreaking economy's progress. And here, entrepreneurs and innovators, they should exploit all these opportunities to drive the forces, of the Africa century. And I think Africa has seen a digital entrepreneurship boom in few years. Hundreds of millions and maybe billions of dollars have been invested in tech cities, entrepreneurship training, co-working spaces, innovation prizes, and investment funds. The average African digital enterprise is not growing exponentially and does not scale internationally, does not produce digital infrastructure, does not attract still venture capital, but still that we can see entrepreneurs who are creatively and productively applying and adapting digital technologies to their local economy, social and political context. This appears to have many of the wished for positive economic effects, and we will maybe in the next couple of years, okay, we'll see Africa rising, okay, and the young people will take, the lead. Despite being extremely rich in resources, energy resources especially, only 43% of some countries or sub-Saharan Africa total population and 25% of its rural population, they have access to electricity. Although also millions of dollars has been spent in building submarine fiber optic cables, still this region remains the planet's least connected region. Only 22% of the population in the region, they have internet access, meaning that there are more illiterate people that they have, or there are internet users, and even the countries that are maybe fortunate to do it, okay, like Nigeria, South Africa, and maybe Kenya, they have only internet penetration rate of 50%. What is the reason? Maybe the relatively high cost of internet access is part of this. So I think digital entrepreneurship is widely believed as the key to drive the changes in Africa. So African digital entrepreneurship, okay, boom, will be the solution. The number of African incubators and innovation hubs has rising to several hundreds. Still, we don't know about their effectiveness, but I think okay, with maybe some more initiatives like innovation prizes, like hackathons, more events, okay, will lead to the continent to achieve its goals. Entrepreneurship, as we know, it complements the aspirational component of digital technologies by offering a more local and bottom-up vision of who will bring about the economic development. Young, smart African young people, usually they are graduate from good colleges or good universities in Europe, in USA. They are easily construed, okay, as impassioned, driven, and astute change makers. Digital entrepreneurship will offer new hope, okay, because all the actors in the society who are creating and trying to capture value, they will inherently locally driven. So this will make some grassroots, okay, participation in the economy, and will maybe change the old models, okay, of development. Entrepreneurship is always seen as a path towards alleviating youth and underemployment. Africa demographic and employment numbers, they emphasize the discrepancy between job creation and the number of youth who will be seeking more and more employment in the coming years. So I think that entrepreneurship, and especially when we emphasize and look at the digital technologies, okay, entrepreneurship will be the solution. It will be characterized as the remedy that will enable all the people to create their own jobs and job for others. We can use very simple, okay, startup methodologies like lean startup, and this, with some, simple templates, business canvas, etc. Everyone in the continent can be a successful entrepreneur, and any city, okay, in the continent can become a thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem. So we hope to see African Silicon Valleys and signaling that digital entrepreneurship is the ideal solution to young people in the continent. Actors are, they should operate within the environment in which innovation and entrepreneurship will be encouraged at global and national levels. So there is no doubt now, okay, that the center, okay, to remove or to overcome our problems in the continent, it is, the digital transformation. And as a takeaway, we can say, or the last words, digital transformation, it is a journey rather than a destination. The next maybe years will be, okay, the years of Africa. Africa is rising, Africa is coming, but okay, we need to put the right strategies, and it is, everybody, the government, maybe the NGOs, okay, the organization, and also, the young people, the population are responsible for this, big move, and hopefully to see Africa as a leader in the world in the digital transformation. This is all about, the topic. It's just 10 minutes. Maybe the 10 minutes are summarizing maybe the next 10 years, okay, of the future of Africa. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody, and well, thank you for having me. So my name is John Clifford. I'm from the European Union funded program Africa Rise. I'm the team leader. I'm going to say a few words about the business environment. I just listened to the very interesting talk on digitalization, and find I agree with it, all the points made. This is very good. But one of the key constraints on any sort of development, whether digital or otherwise, is the operating environment for businesses, and the on how conducive the environment is for people to set up new businesses and grow. Just a couple of words before I say more about that on our project that we are operating at the moment for the EU. We run for 4 years. We started at the beginning of this year, so we're going until the end of December 2024. And we cover 25 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa and the Indian Ocean, more or less from a line from the Democratic Republic of the Congo through Sudan and South Sudan to Ethiopia and Eritrea. We go all the way down south from there as far as, but excluding South Africa, and we cover the countries of the Indian Ocean as well. But back to the business environment. Why does this matter? Now, we cover just 25 countries, but actually what I'm going to say applies to most of the other countries in Africa as well. And if we look at the World Bank's Doing Business survey, I mean, we know there's been some controversy about that recently. And to be honest, I've never been a huge enthusiast for this particular metric, partly because it focuses in most cases exclusively on the capital city or the largest city of any given country. And of course, what happens in the capital city is often very, very different from what happens elsewhere. But having said that, it's a reasonable general indicator, and we haven't really had a huge choice of alternatives that we could use instead. So of the countries that we deal with, the best performing one in the Doing Business Index is Mauritius, which in fact is comparable to many of the OECD high income countries, indeed better than some of them. Other good business environments are in Rwanda and Kenya, and to a lesser extent Zambia and Botswana. In fact, those are the only countries in our catchment area that are in the top half of the scoring for the Doing Business rankings. So, we can see that there's quite a lot of work to do. I mean, and at the other extreme, we have Somalia and Eritrea, where clearly there are some wider issues beyond just the business environment, but it's extremely difficult to operate any sort of business in these countries. I mean, why does this matter? Why does this matter? And the research has shown that if you have a better business environment, you are more likely to have entrepreneurial activity. You are more likely to have a better economy. You're more likely to have lower levels of corruption. If you have a sound business environment, it's so much easier for businesses, for entrepreneurs to start companies, to grow those companies, to become formal tax-paying companies, and to generate wealth and employment. And clearly many countries in Africa have some room for improvement. And how can we make that improvement? How can we go about it? Now, I'm not going to talk about specific issues like tax or land registration or access to finance. I'm going to talk more about the approach to improving the business environment. And it is the case that in some countries where the business environment is poor, then the way the state apparatus is set up is not helpful. There is a tendency for the apparatus to operate in an extractive manner, really focused on short-term revenue at the expense of long-term growth. And if people pay taxes and charges, they see very little by way of public services in return. Often the legislation and regulation is unclear, maybe ambiguous, sometimes deliberately so, and there may even be legislation at local and national level which contradicts each other. So it's very difficult for a business to operate. Businesses like certainty, or at least a degree of certainty, and where there is no clarity about just what the rules are, what the regulations are, it's extremely difficult to operate. Now, large companies can often navigate these complicated systems. They may have political connections, and of course, they just have the resources to be able to deal with this. But for smaller businesses, particularly entrepreneurs, and also particularly for women-owned and women-led businesses, this is a really difficult issue. They suffer from harassment from officials, and the taxes and charges they pay. Quite often, many of these don't actually reach the government's treasury. So the system just doesn't work very well. Now, I'm not suggesting that this problem occurs only in Africa. There is these issues occur everywhere, and I live in the United Kingdom. Our government has very little to say to anybody else on the moral high ground these days. So I'm not going to claim that it's a uniquely African problem. It isn't. But there are things we can do to tackle this. And what has been demonstrated over and over again is that if you're going to have successful reform and improvement of the business environment and the investment climate to create the conditions for businesses to grow, you need to involve everybody. So the government does not have a monopoly on good ideas or common sense any more than the private sector has such a monopoly. Often we find that the government attempts to make policy in isolation and then just announces this to the private sector. This results in very little buy-in from the private sector, little understanding of why the policy decisions have been made, and tends to result in quite low compliance. Then, on the other hand, private sector quite often complains about what the government does, but is much less active in proposing constructive solutions to problems. So what happens is that their complaints can be dismissed as just special case, self-interest, pleading for their own benefit, and is not being constructive. I mean, anybody can complain about something. It takes a lot more thought and effort to propose an alternative. So, excuse me. So what really has been shown to work, as I said, is public-private dialogue to reform the business environment, to improve the investment climate. There are a few points to make about this. The first is that business environment reform is primarily a political rather than a technical issue. Most people have a pretty clear idea, and there's a broad consensus about what constitutes a favorable business environment. That does not necessarily mean that it's easy to achieve. There are vested interests. There are people who benefit from the status quo, and these people are often in a position to block major reforms. So it's important to concentrate on realistic reforms, take things one step at a time, and not to try to sweep away, say, the old order and in with the new. That's just not going to be. That's just not going to work. So you need to. So whether you're in government, whether you're in business, whether you're working for some international organization or a local civil society organization, it really is important to understand the political landscape before you embark on any sort of reform of the political environment. Second point is it takes two to tango. Only the government can supply business environment reform, because the government is the party that sets the rules. But businesses, business organizations, NGOs, civil society organizations, they can all request, they can all advocate for, lobby for change to make the situation better. The demand may also come from organizations like the IMF or World Bank. And it's also important to note that different parts of government will have different views on what is required and what's desirable in terms of business environment reform. If, as a business organization or an individual business, if you want to advocate for reform, you have to have evidence to support your position. It's no good just saying what you don't like. You have to say what you don't like, say why you don't like it, and you have to come up with some alternative which is better and show why it's better. If you can't do that, then as I said before, it just looks like special interest pleading on your behalf, particularly if you're an individual business. If you are a chamber of commerce representing many businesses, this is a much better starting point. But you still need the evidence. It's no good just saying, oh, well, we should do this because that would be better. Well, why? Why would it be better? What would improve? How would it be better? If you can provide the research and evidence to support your position, there's a much better chance that the government will take you seriously and listen. Same also applies to government. If you're proposing a new policy, then you really need to have some indications to why you're doing this and why you think it will be better, and not just say, well, we sat in a room and we thought about this and we came up with this idea. You need some solid evidence. If you don't have evidence, you're just trading in opinions, and opinions are, there are at least as many opinions as there are people. So that's not a recipe for success. If you are coming back to the political economy, if you're going to look at business environment reform, you need to know who is going to be a champion for reform. So if you're dealing with government, you need to know who in the government might support you. Usually there is some revenue implication for government, positive or negative in any sort of reform. So the finance ministry may be for or against your reform, depending on what that is. So there are a number of different possibilities. Also, bear in mind that the government, many governments set out with good ideas or good intentions to improve the business environment, but again, they can get hijacked by special interests, or there may be a good idea which has perhaps just some unintended consequences. If you talk to businesses, if you talk to the private sector, you can find out what problems might turn up before you encounter them, rather than bringing in a new regulation and finding it doesn't work as you intended. So all of these things are important in making an improvement in the business environment. Final point I want to make is that whatever the rules and regulations are that you have, they are only as good as the knowledge and understanding that businesses have of those regulations. If it is important that, again, particularly small businesses with limited resources, it should be easy for them to find out what their rights and responsibilities are under the regulations. What is it they have to do, but also where are the points that they can say, no, I'm not required to do this. I'm all right as I am. They must comply, but they must be able to defend their own rights. So awareness matters. So, in summary, reforms are political, not a technical issue. It takes government and business and others to participate to make a difference. Advocacy and policy making requires evidence. And if you can identify like a win-win scenario where both government and business benefits from a change, you're really looking good. To governments, I say, please be prepared to listen to what business has to say, so you don't have a monopoly on good ideas. And whatever changes are made, whatever the rules are, make sure that it's easy for people to find out what they are. Now, having said all that, well, can we help? Well, yes, we can. We at the EU's Africa Rise programme, we are intended to help people to improve their business environment, their investment climate, to stimulate investment, to create employment. That's what we're all about. If you would like to know more about how we could help you to engage in public-private dialogue, to improve on your business environment, then do please come and contact us. We have a website, www.eu-africa-rise.com. In fact, I'm going to attempt to share a screenshot if I can. If I can persuade. Okay, total failure. That didn't work. So I'll make one last attempt and see if I can persuade this to. No, it's not going to play with for me today. So never mind. www.eu-africa-rise.com, or I dare say you can get my contact details via the organisers of this summit. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you found something of interest, and back to the studio, as it were. Thank you very much.
Good day to everyone, and thank you for joining me today in a discussion around industrializing Africa and ways that that can be done. My name is Nadia Roji. I am a co-founder of a niche consulting firm in South Africa. We work in South Africa, Lusophone Africa, so that's Mozambique and Angola, as well as East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. What we do as a businesses is raise capital on a day-to-day basis for industrial businesses in South Africa. And in that, looking at today's keynote, I really felt that it would be important for me to appeal to prospective original equipment manufacturers in Europe, the West, and the East, coming out of China, India, and Australia, and having a discussion around the need for technology partnerships on the African continent. Africa certainly as a market has huge potential, but what it really needs is the effective technology partners and financial partners in order to take advantage of the market demands that we have. And what we find, if we look at specific sectors of the economy, really looking at agro-processing in South Africa, a huge opportunity set, both for local demand, export into Africa, as well as exports through to Europe and other countries globally. The automotive sector, a significant exporter for South Africa, and infrastructure. And when we talk infrastructure and understanding the infrastructure growth that's supposed to take place on the African continent through the recovery of COVID, we are really able to understand the value chain approach and the manufacturers who will come into play in South African and African markets, where we look at items such as roof tiles, for example. We have a roof tile manufacturer that we supported in raising finance for. And looking at the original equipment manufacturers that supported them, those manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, came into South Africa, have a large footprint in the South African market, have local technical partners, understand the local markets very well, and had taken the time to prepare investment plans, allocate budgets for marketing, and understand the local dynamics around regulation. So I think for me, one of the key messages that goes out to equipment manufacturers and financial institutions, family offices looking for manufacturing opportunities on the African continent, it's really understanding that the investment into a market penetration plan, understanding the dynamics of the local market is critical. Another hurdle that we see in the South African context is access to risk capital. Again, an area that equipment manufacturers and DFIs, the likes from European markets, can support on is the risk capital component in project preparation. So let's assume that there is a manufacturer of a piece of equipment that is based in Europe and wants to have that equipment worth $3 million, $5 million to be exported into Africa. In order for that to take place, the project owners in the South African or African context have limited access to project preparation support from a technical perspective, from a design perspective, etc. And this is really where equipment manufacturers can take a very active role. And we believe that that collaboration between countries outside of Africa and African project owners is critical. Similarly, where we look at a hurdle around finance, one of the challenges is ticket sizing. A lot of the financiers outside of the African continent look at very large ticket sizes, and we can understand that that's a requirement. What I would propose is that looking at industry, finding local partners through private equity firms, through venture capital firms that are well established in the South African market, capitalizing those funds and then allowing for deployment to take place into underlying assets and investments on the continent. So where we look at risk capital, at investment into projects themselves, really believe that a collaborative approach is required, and that the starting point for that collaboration is really in starting with understanding the markets you're entering. Africa is a huge continent. Each of our countries has its own dynamics. Each of its cities and provinces has its own dynamics. We support on the South African side primarily, and even within South Africa, there are so many different dynamics culturally, understanding project owners, understanding the dynamics of how procurement works in the South African context, understanding requirements for local partnerships, and really ensuring that you understand what your market potential in investing into Africa and South Africa is critical. And I would appeal to those who are listening in today to really look at their Africa penetration strategies and to unpack them with diligence. Invest into good local partners that understand the local environment well, who can provide you with an understanding of the regulatory requirements, with access to the relevant infrastructure that would be necessary for your end clients, who would be manufacturers on the continent, and so that you can understand some of the barriers your end clients as an equipment manufacturer may be facing, and so that you can really partner with them. And similarly, from a DFI perspective, from a family office perspective, where finance is looking for a home in Africa, because it's really critical for an on-the-ground perspective of some of the hurdles that the underlying investments face, and being able to come on board in a collaborative fashion for investments that would typically be long-term in nature of 5, 10, 20 years. And this is what we see as huge potential for some of the audiences that are listening in today. And we are happy to field questions and have a conversation online now, or for you to connect with me over LinkedIn and to take conversations offline. Again, my name is Nadia from Uzenzile Holdings, a niche consulting firm in South Africa. We thank you all for being with us today and look forward to the rise of African industrialization.
Allô, bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Kanye Kofi. Je suis le CEO de Kanye Express, une société de logistique spécialisée beaucoup plus dans le transfert des colis. Aujourd'hui, c'est bien sûr la logistique qui est en forte... Une des questions que nous pouvons nous poser, c'est de savoir quelle est la politique africaine en matière de logistique. Quelle est notre politique actuelle? Et nous pensons qu'il est très important pour le continent africain de mieux structurer cette politique logistique-là pour pouvoir contribuer au développement parfait de notre continent. Et à l'heure actuelle où la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine rentre dans sa phase opérationnelle, nous devons avoir beaucoup plus le courage de dire que les capacités de nos États doivent être renforcées en matière de logistique intra-africaine. Et ça nous permettra d'accélérer la modernisation des ports ou encore Allô, bonjour. Ok, d'accord. Bonjour, bonjour. Je crois que nous avons un petit souci technique. Nous allons avancer ainsi. Je disais tout à l'heure que nous allons parler de la logistique. La logistique, un domaine Ok, d'accord. La logistique, un secteur compétitif et en progrès constant en Afrique. C'est ce qui nous rassemble ce matin. Et je suis Léo Kani Kofi. Je suis le CEO de Kani Express, une société de livraison basée au Togo. Nous allons essayer ce matin, pendant un petit laps de temps, partager ce que nous faisons au Togo et notre vision sur l'agrandissement de la logistique en Afrique et dans le monde entier. Je disais tout à l'heure que notre continent enregistre 23 fois moins d'investissements logistiques comparé à la Chine et compte uniquement 10 pays dans les 2 premiers quartiers de logistique performants depuis 2018. Et c'est très insuffisant par rapport à l'expansion de ce secteur-là dans le monde entier. Et actuellement, de nos jours, nous disons qu'à l'heure actuelle où la ZLECAf, la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, qui rentre dans sa phase opérationnelle, il est très important pour nos États de renforcer les capacités, de renforcer leurs capacités. Et ce renforcement consistera juste à structurer la logistique intra-africaine et accélérer la modernisation des ports. ici au Togo, ce que nous faisons d'habitude, c'est que nous sommes dans le transport des produits fabriqués au Togo sur tout le territoire, c'est-à-dire du sud au nord, de l'est à l'ouest. C'est ce que nous faisons ici. Pourquoi la logistique est très importante de nos jours? Avec le coronavirus que nous connaissons tous, ce secteur a connu une explosion. Explosion dans le sens où nos déplacements ont été limités. Or, nous sommes dans le besoin constant, ce qui fait que les gens sont obligés de passer par nous pour pouvoir accéder aux commandes ou pour pouvoir accéder facilement aux différentes sortes d'achats. Kanye Express s'est positionné avec les sociétés Made in Togo, les entrepreneurs du Togo. Nous assurons la livraison dans les pays africains plutôt. Nous assurons aussi l'envoi des colis vers les pays occidentaux. Aujourd'hui, le défi majeur que toutes les sociétés africaines ont, c'est beaucoup plus la dynamisation du secteur de logistique. La modernisation de la logistique en Afrique, elle est des chantiers les plus importants auxquels fait face le continent aujourd'hui, de nos jours. Malgré les quelques progrès enregistrés par ici et par là, il faut avoir le courage de le dire que le domaine portuaire par lequel je pourrais dire, première, comme je l'ai dit, il faudrait que nous créions des escales continentales incontournables. En plus de ça aussi, nous devons développer des solutions et des exigences de la moyenne au cœur de la motion. Et
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the TROPICS Business Summit. My name is Mr. Kalukubamba. I am the head strategist and founder of Kujenga Digital. And I'm here today to discuss how African goods and services businesses can take advantage of the current digital shift that's happening because of the COVID-19 pandemic that is currently happening globally around the world. So without further ado, let me just jump into the presentation and let's get the ball rolling. So I hope everyone is actually having a good time on day 2. And if you are actually watching this talk right now, I think, you know what, I'll just state quickly right now who should be interested in this talk and who would get the most out of this. So this is for the African entrepreneur who's currently on a journey to maximize their current African and goods service businesses. And they are willing to basically put in the work and the investment that requires them to please their customers and as well make the profits that their industry, the profits that they can make in their current industry currently going on right now with the industry. And apart from that, we are hoping that the African entrepreneur can also know how to talk to their private and equity funders and investors that they might be doing business with in helping them translate how capital put into their business right now can really help them take advantage of the shift. The private equity investor and capitalist also watching this, and they're in the position of trying to understand what are the digital moving needles that will affect their investment in an African goods and service business currently in COVID-19. And also as well, if there are any policymakers within government, society, and as well multinational entities that are trying to understand how the policies that they make and legislations that they help put through are currently helping and affecting African goods and services businesses in this current pandemic. So to give us context in what we'll be covering in this chat, we'll be covering 5 areas so that we can all be on the same page as to understand what's really going on in terms of the digital shift on our continent. The first thing that we'll be focusing on is what exactly are the goods and services businesses currently going through in the pandemic. Number 2, what are the existing factors that have always affected these businesses before COVID actually came into play? And also as well, what are the current dynamics that COVID has brought into play in terms of restrictions, lockdowns, etc., as well as what is the digital shift that everyone is talking about? You know, everyone is saying we're going online. Are you online? What exactly is going on? And in order to basically understand this, let's start with what the African business is actually currently going through. So if you are in the service business currently right now, a lot of service businesses are going through what we'll call issues and problems, but you can't really call them issues and problems because right now they've really become almost a way of life. Before you could call not being able to get in touch with your supplier and get their goods an issue. Right now, it seems to be a way of life with them either going through their own issues as a transport company or a supplier, and as well with working with new regulations and law. But apart from that, a service business usually struggles with lack of operational cash. When you get hit with the pandemic and everything goes slow, you still need to work, but there's no customers. So who's giving you that operational money to still stay in business? There's definitely a drop in services and demand. There's a drop in services and product demand. So which means that certain goods that used to be in demand are not available anymore. So you'd find that you own a lodge or you're in the travel and you're in the tourism and hospitality business. There's no longer a need for your goods. What happens to your business? There's definitely a reduction in opportunities to meet new customers because now we just don't have your usual conferences. I mean, the first 3 years of TROPICS was in-person conference, and we had to make this shift towards virtual. The question is, how is that affecting us meeting our customers? Another issue is businesses are closing left, right, and center. We just don't have the money to operate. We don't have the customers anymore. It doesn't make sense why we should stay in business. There's issues with changing strategies, business strategies, and offering alternative services and products now, because you were in the business of offering a lodge now. Now, unfortunately, you need to make money. What new services can you offer? Many workers are not returning to work. That can be because of unemployment, sickness, or tragically what we've been happening is a lot of death due to COVID-19. Another issue also as well is the decline in worker productivity from working at home. You've got children to take care of. Chores need to be done. There's distractions left, right, and center. So we are not as focused as what we used to be in the offices. So less productivity, less revenue generated. And challenges also as well in logistics and shipping of products. Lockdowns have affected whether it's our logistic partners or just basically getting things across the border. How are we facing those challenges? Also, another issue that has definitely come up is basically difficulties in obtaining supply of raw materials and goods essential towards production. Now that we cannot get certain products in, unfortunately, certain types of products cannot be made anymore. So how are we dealing with those difficulties? So in terms of good businesses, businesses that are in the good services, their problems are also intertwined with the service businesses, but in this case, their biggest problem usually are businesses closing down. If I'm not selling my product, I can't pay rent, I can't pay my employees, and unfortunately, I have to shut down. Which also leads to point number 2, a lack of operational cash flow, which leads to the biggest problem of a business shutting down. Other problems also as well is a drop in demand for production, because obviously you're not making as many goods to sell. There's no need for you to produce as much as what you used to. In terms of issues with changing business strategies and offering alternative product services, if you were in, let's say, the wedding cake business, and all of a sudden no more weddings, now you have to sell, I don't know, bread, pastries. They are going through those challenges as well. A lot of workers are not being able to return to work because obviously I can't pay you anymore, so I have to let you go, which has been the biggest problem with a lot of good services businesses having to downgrade and to shrink down in terms of what they're doing. Obviously, challenges in logistics and shipping of production and produced goods has been a challenge as well. Some industries have been able to fare better than others. Unfortunately, others have seen almost a standstill in the logistics of their goods. Other problems also you'll find is obviously the production decline in worker productivity, them being at home. I mean, obviously, if we all can't get to the warehouse, no one's going to get any work done. And obviously, opportunities have declined in terms of meeting new customers and also new suppliers, especially for the manufacturing sector, where a lot of their marketing was based on attending a lot of conferences and summits. And now with travel restrictions down, they've been forced to find new ways of how do we now reach our customers. With that being said, let's talk about the different sizes that would affect a business. So I've rated basically from the biggest issues right down to, we'll say, the third biggest issue. For the sake of time, I've just kept them to 3 problems for each. So if you're a micro business, meaning that you're a business of probably 1 to 5 employees, and you probably service about maybe less than 50 customers, the biggest issues that they're going through right now is the lack of operational money. Their businesses are closing down, and also lack of opportunities to basically meet new customers, which basically leads towards them being able to grow into a small business. The small businesses, which would be businesses that have employees of 4 to probably, I would say, 9 employees, and they're probably making, probably servicing more than 50 customers, maybe looking at a revenue of maybe less than, I would say, anything between, let's give it a scale, because we're working with, let's use the dollar to be. fair for everyone. Let's just say anything between 100,000 and 200,000 US dollars. Their biggest issue right now is operational cash, demand for their products and services, obviously, and as well as lack of opportunities to meet new customers. So if you're looking at those three issues that they're suffering from, whereas a micro business, their issues are we need to grow. Their issues as small businesses keep momentum as well, also keeping with the growth. Medium businesses also as well, their challenges are biggest challenges actually business closing down, and also a declining demand for their products and services, and also as well as lack of opportunities to meet declining opportunities to meet new customers. So with a medium business, their problem actually is just keeping up with momentum. They've gotten to a certain level of burning through a certain amount of money due to probably employing more than 20 employees, and obviously their costs of making sure that they've got revenue turnover of more than, let's say, maybe 1 million and 5 million US dollars. And when it comes to the large companies, which would be companies making over $5 million and more, their biggest problem right now is basically opportunities to meet new customers and just basically keep that growth going, and obviously taking care of their shareholders and their investors. And then also as well, second biggest problem they'll have is the changing of our business strategies and offering products, alternative products and services. So you'll find that a lot of these large companies have been in business for maybe more than 5 years, maybe more of them into 10 years. So you can imagine with the pandemic coming right now and them having to change how they're doing their services and their products. There's a lot of change that needs to happen in terms of an organization. What's the culture? What's our products and our processes and our systems that need to change? So obviously that's a big issue for them. And as well as a drop in demand for their products and services. And this is not usually, this can be them dropping in terms of production. So you'll find that they've got maybe warehousing and production facilities and manufacturing facilities in different African countries. And now with the pandemic having to shut those down, drop in demand has drastically dropped. And as well, don't forget that there's a lot of new players who are taking advantage of this new digital shift that are taking away from this market share. So the problems are usually the same, but at the same time, you can see it's a question of where you are positioned as a business in terms of where COVID is affecting you and its dynamics. And also as well, what are your access to resources in terms of cash, people, and also as well as your supplier base in terms of what will keep you in business and what issues seem to be affecting you more than other people. And now that we've covered what the African business is going through, what are the issues that they've always suffered from before they got hit by the pandemic? So a big issue with that being financial support, poor management, corruption, lack of training and experience, and as well as poor infrastructure and also as well, I would then say is insufficient profits. And these insufficient profits will basically be a product of the lack of support and obstacles caused by these current existing issues. Now, you've got these issues of lack of financial support, poor management, corruption, the lack of training and experience, and also poor infrastructure. Now COVID comes and decides to bring its own issues. And just to summarize what COVID has really done to us is we've seen a pandemic that has really affected and brought our health systems across the world down to its knees. And once you affect the health of the planet, you are really affecting the health of the individual. So these problems have really, really just spread in almost everything that we do: travel, communication, interaction, engagement. So now we have issues where you can see the restriction of people moving, loss of income, fear of contagion, and heightened uncertainty. We don't know where the future is going, which in turn reduces spending and consumption, which brings up the problems of lack of people wanting your goods and services. Reduction in the supply of labor, because we've got people getting dying, sick, people who can't go to work, people who've been fired. There's dramatic and sudden loss in terms of demand and revenue. We've got reduced business, consumer, and reduced consumer confidence, and as well as a reduction in credit because of this consumer confidence being dropping. And last but not least, we've had entire industries that have just been affected: tourism, travel. So we can all just see that on top of just the current existing issues, we've got really people dynamics that have been affected. So with all these issues that are going on in COVID right now, you can literally summarize them into 3 areas. Issues of communication, because now we're not in person anymore. We've all gone, we have to now use online. We have to change ways of how we're communicating. Another way is creating value. What happens for people who use their hands to make value and they don't have access to the tools that require them to make value? How do we now bridge that gap? And then also the third issue as well is just basically human emotion and human thought. Lack of consumer confidence, heightened uncertainty, fear of death, contagion. So if you are now in business and you're trying to figure out, okay, I've heard all these problems and I've heard all these issues, just now think of summarizing them into 3 buckets. We have issues of communication, where we have to change how we get our messages and our principles and our beliefs across. We've got issues of value creation. How do we create value in places where non-digital, non-contact is not an option? How do we work around that? And then obviously the third issue is the emotional thought and feelings that are involved. What are people who are involved in my business thinking? What are my employees thinking? What are my consumers thinking? What are my suppliers thinking? So with that being said, I've now set up the stage for how we can approach this digital shift. So the digital shift needs to be broken down into 4 areas of thinking. There's the mental digital shift that needs to happen. There's the behavioral shift that needs to happen. There's the technological shift that needs to happen. And as well as there's the business and system process shifts that need to happen. So let's talk about mental. Mental can be now, what is digital and how does it really help? You know, everyone just keeps on saying this word, digital, digital, digital. Digital is literally a word that encompasses technology that is man-made, that works through the concept of electricity and high-tech communication. I think that's the best way to put it. Yes, the telephone is a form of high-tech communication and high-speed communication. But where digital and phone lines are different is digital works on electricity. So if you've ever watched all these movies where a terrorist comes and he blows up a nuclear bomb that fries all of these electronics, that is a case of and they say that no, the world is now going to collapse and all of that. That's how digital is. It's anything that runs on electricity.
Sorry, Mr. Musakula, you have 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes. With that being said, I've got 2 minutes left. So, like I said, it's a concept of understanding what is digital. What is your understanding of a person as digital? What are your stakeholders' understanding of digital? Another thing also as well is with them understanding what digital is, how are we able to now leverage its power in terms of connecting with other human beings? This now then leads on to behavior. What is good behavior in terms of digital? What is bad behavior in digital? You know, privacy. When is it fair to contact someone? Now the fact that they're always on their phone and they're always online. And then obviously the technology itself. You know, we've all gone online. We're now using more smartphones and laptops. What are you doing to make sure you are getting front and center in the eyes of whoever you're trying to communicate with? And then obviously this goes back to business systems and processes. What are you doing within your business right now in terms of digital shifting? Say, are we leveraging online? Are we leveraging StreamYard, Yardstream? Are we leveraging our email? Are we leveraging WhatsApp in terms of talking to our employees and our consumers and our stakeholders? I think once that conversation begins within your business, whether you are an investor, whether you're an entrepreneur, or whether you are just a policymaker, or just anyone within any company, how are we leveraging digital? Then I think then you will be able to start now taking ideas from all your co-workers and anyone within your network on how you can use Facebook to basically reach your consumers, how you can tap into your emails to talk to all consumers, how you can run surveys with just anyone. You know, the world is now open to anyone to access 7 billion people on the planet. It's just a question of knowing who you want to talk to, finding them, and using the digital means to connect with them. So thank you for your time. We will be making a link available actually on our website for the summit, where we'll be making all of our notes, any research that we did, and as well as the presentation itself that was used for the presentation, for this talk, for anyone who would want to follow up further on this. Thank you for your time. My name is Mr. Khalid Bamba. If you want to continue the conversation, please get a hold of me on LinkedIn, or you can go to my website, kujengadigital.co.za. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that was great. That was a great session, very insightful, Muscal Kubamba. I hope you are having a good time. Today is the second day of the summit, and I am Saurabh Panigrahi. I'm from Aggregate Global. We are a global content platform where we engage thinkers, innovators, change makers in the field of agriculture, food, nutrition, and sustainable development goals. Now, the theme of the keynote is startup ecosystem capacity building. During this session, I will be touching upon three major points. One is the current state of global startup economy, the need for a sustainable recovery, and the third one will be a hands-on guide to capacity building. During the mid of last year, most business analysts predicted a bleak future for businesses due to the coronavirus pandemic and the subsequent global lockdown. As per the Global Startup Ecosystem Report 2021, global VC spending has dropped 17% in the first quarter compared to the same time, compared to the preceding one. Crunchbase says the number of rounds went down by 5%. Now, the options were to pivot and perish for most of the startups. Now cut to 2021, where we are now. Fortunately, all of us were proven wrong by the extremely swift adaptations to the new normal in the midst of travel seas and low consumer demand. Startups managed to somehow not only survive but thrive in many key sectors. The pandemic opened up new opportunities and tremendous need to innovate. I'll just throw a few quick numbers to give you a sense of what happened during the lockdown. Last year, internet capacity rose 35%. Reports marketing research firm Telegraphy. Global broadband traffic in the fourth quarter increased more than 51% over the previous year during the same period. According to OpenVault, which tracks broadband consumption, subscribers are using more data during COVID-19. That is one of the major number that comes across. Global e-commerce shot up to $26.7 trillion, reported the United Nations. That's huge in terms of numbers. The number of people buying food and household items, that's important, online grew an average 30% worldwide. These are tremendous numbers, most of them. If you compare it to the time it took to reach to the same
number earlier milestones. So if you can ask me how the overall scenario looks like, I would throw another stat. In 2020 only, India, that's my country, added 30 new unicorns, taking the overall tally to around 60. Where 60 startups are with the valuation of more than $1 billion, and the phenomenon is true for most countries. Startups are playing major roles in economic revival of their respective nations. So overall, we are looking at a very promising futures. Now let's talk about capacity building, the theme of this particular session. The buzzword here is that's going on around for quite some time is V-shaped recovery. We heard startups talking about it. We have heard big corporates talking about it. Even economies across the world talking about V-shaped recovery. Now, what exactly is a V-shaped recovery looks like in reality? I'll speak from my introduction with startup founders and traditional business owners as a business strategist. And one thing I hear a lot, most of them have either already hit their pre-pandemic numbers or about to hit those numbers in a very short time in the very near future, which is a good thing. But since we are talking about a market which is very unpredictable and still not settled down, there are a couple of questions that haunts these founders and business owners. One of them being they are not very convinced about the surge in demand, and there is a constant thought that whether these demands are genuine need or these are stacked up demand from the pandemic and the lockdown period which is coming up now, and will it be sustainable in the time to come. Now, the coronavirus pandemic followed by the global lockdown has affected most part of our life and the economic build around it. It is also true that going back to the same market, we are not going back to the exactly same market. The market has opened up to a widespread consumer hysteria. Under this situation, a well thought out strategy would be to build your capacity as a startup will be a good way to move forward. An essential element of capacity building, I would say, is a transformation that is generated and sustained over a period of time. Transformation that kind of goes beyond performing tasks to a changing mindset and attitudes. I would like to mention three major areas where startup can consider building their capacity building plans. One of them is innovation. The second one is skilling, and third one is delivery. Now, talking about innovation, redesigning, we need to redesign our offerings. That's the key to survival. Also, it's a time to evaluate whether our offering products or services are still solving problems which are supposed to be done, which are supposed to be, it should be doing in general. The second point is very important. We have spoken, yesterday there are a lot of people spoke about skilling and the importance of skilling. And let's understand this skilling, that the skill that we have now are to solve yesterday's problem. We need the world around us is very dynamic and it's demanding. As a startup, it is imperative for us to equip and upgrade our workforces while with the desired skill set that can cater to the demands of the future. Now, the third point we are talking about is the delivery. The consumers have changed. That's a fact we need to understand. The way they used to interact with brands in a physical space, it's now virtual. So we need to recalibrate our delivery of our product needs to be in sync with the current consumer psyche. So talking about this 3 points, this combinedly talks about human resource, consumer behavior, and your capacity to adapt to the the future of what we imagine as in the next stage of business intelligence. Now, most fortunately there are many macroeconomic, apart from this apart from this all these parameters which a startup can control, there are certain aspect of the economy which is mostly macroeconomic factors. These startups cannot control, but those play a very important role in creating a ecosystem that is sustainable and can withstand any kind of unpredictability of the market. Now those let's say compliance cost, for that matter, for this early stage startup, ease of getting funds, which is financing in terms of government policies, even in fact real estate prices, which are down right now because of the pandemic, they also playing a very important role in developing a market which is more startup friendly. All of these policies around this can be crucial while you are recovering from a situation like this. Now, most governments stepped into with new policies right after this pandemic hit, policies and financial support faster and more effectively than we could have imagined. As I see, a robust startup policy of the government yielded well for India, from where I can see it. Now, talking about African ecosystem, startup ecosystem at Aggregate Global, we speak to a lot of African entrepreneurs, mostly, and most of them are, we see this, most of them are, they understand that one of the key sector that is going to drive African startup ecosystem is agriculture. I must say this, Africa will be leading the global effort on food security in the next 100 years, I would say. Let's take South Africa for example. The projected agriculture export for 2021 is expected to surpass the 2020 mark of $10.2 billion. In the first half of 2021, it's almost the agricultural export is already past $6.1 billion, which is 30% year-on-year increase in terms of volume. Now, I must so as somebody who is talking to a lot of entrepreneurs, startups in Africa particularly, we are I must appeal to all the people, all the young entrepreneurs who is looking forward to do something in the startups arena. Agriculture is the key for Africa and for most of the world, because most of the world is going through a some sort of a food security risk, and there are technology around. There's technology going on, coming, from very technical, the technology coming to agriculture in a very big way. And I must tell you that so skilling is one of the areas that agriculture, I must also appeal to governments across the world that skilling, agricultural skilling is should be certified in terms of this should be recognized, because agriculture has always been a non-skilled kind of job, although it is a very demanding area where skills plays a very pivotal role in creating results. Now, I must, before I conclude, I must tell you that I must conclude. I must talk about a bit about the need of circular agriculture, circular economy at this point of time. The timing of this this particular summit is very important because the markets are opening up, and we need to keep this whole concept of circular economy while developing strategies and building an ecosystem which is more sustainable. I must, before I conclude, I must thank you. Thank the TROPICS group for having me, the most revered Venetia, Gwynot, Princess, and Olga for organizing such a wonderful event. I think the takeaway from this event is going to help us, everybody. I heard the entire conversation, entire sessions, most of the sessions yesterday and today as well, and it's a lot of people. It's good stuff going on. So looking forward to the next couple of days, and thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maureen Obaweya, and I'm privileged to be with you at the TROPICS Business Summit. I'm the creative director and founder of Maureen O Designs Limited, a contemporary leather goods and accessories brand out of Africa to the world. Sharing African beauty, craftsmanship, and creativity with the world, Maureen O Designs creates handcrafted luxury leather handbags and accessories for men and women, inspired by artistic innovation and ethnic designs. Collections spanning handbags, leather wallets, travel bags, and more are created by artisans across Africa. However, beauty at Maureen O is more than skin deep. It is the sustainable choice with responsible sourcing, fair trade practices, and styles that transcend time. Today, I am speaking on enhancing the participation of women and youth in the fashion and textile value chain in Africa as a driver of economic growth and development. Now, the global fashion industry is worth over $2.5 trillion, with Africa's share estimated at less than 1% of that total. Now, according to Euromonitor, the sub-Saharan fashion market is worth $31 billion, with Nigeria, my country, accounting for 15% of that, which is a total of $4.7 billion. Now, the shared data is not for our information. It is actually more for our attention and for our drastic action. There's a need for more active participation in the textile and fashion value chain, with high emphasis on more women and youth inclusion. The fashion and textile value chain can drive Africa's industrialization and benefit women. This industry can drive Africa's industrial transformation and create some of the millions of jobs we need. In order for us to create a stable future, job creation from the activities from creative industries, such as fashion, will carve out new trade patterns for Africa's growth in African countries. These industries are actually industries that are appealing to the youth, especially those who are eager to explore creativity and innovation, and will bring their African uniqueness in culture and creativity as a unique selling point. Now, according to Statista, Africa is the continent with the youngest population worldwide, or second continent with the youngest population worldwide. As of 2021, around 40% of the population is aged 15 years and younger, compared to a global average of 26%. Now, this presents a huge potential for untapped human resources
that must be harnessed and engineered in the right direction for economic development. We all know that in this part of the global space, unemployment is one of the major plagues affecting our economic outlook, and further crippling is the effect of poverty amongst us. The textile and fashion industry presents Africa an untapped opportunity for women and youth employment. Now, according to Oxfam, if Africa were to increase their share of world exports by 1%, the resulting gains in income could lift 128 million people out of poverty. In Kenya, for instance, statistics show that every job in the garment sector in Kenya generates 5 other jobs. In Lesotho, as another case study, the apparel industry, representing 94% of merchandise exports, increased GDP per capita from $558 in 2001 to $3,000 in 2004, which shows that there is a high untapped potential in that industry in Africa. Now let's analyze the value chain. The value chain presented by the textiles and fashion industry ranges from idea to design, production, distribution, and considering the circular economy which we are promoting today, the list is endless. Huge socio-economic opportunities are tied to every level of the value chain. Now let's look at the appeal. The appeal for African textiles and garments is increasing globally, and African patterns are gaining recognition as truly fashionable and exquisite pieces. We see them on runways, we see them being showcased globally. There is a need, therefore, for us to leverage on this as against allowing the neighboring countries outside our local terrain position as the sourcing centers for our own local content. We need to own this space in Africa. Research has shown that the creative industries, specifically the textiles and fashion industry, has huge potentials, yet untapped. To enhance the participation of women and youth in this value chain, we need to move from talking to acting. And this is my plea to every stakeholder present: governments, corporates, investors, seed funders, and many more. Let's focus on every level of empowerment to spur the economic growth of our dear Africa by leveraging on the untapped potential and resources. One, let's look at startup. Let's focus more on startup incubation and training programs, especially for women and youth. There's a need to increase access to finance and funding into the sector. We need to have a high focus on industrialization, the value chain development and maximization, policy, dialogue, reviews towards ease of doing business in our respective countries. And there's also a critical need for capacity development of youth and women in international quality standards of product making, It is critical that African artisans and craftspeople and those in the fashion industry are trained adequately. The fashion and textile value chain can drive Africa's industrialization and benefit both women and youth. The transformation, industrial transformation that is much needed in Africa as a continent can be driven by this wide and huge value chain. Job creation from the different activities that are represented on the value chain will carve out new trade patterns, new trade trajectories for the continents. The youth that are motivated by innovation and creativity are eager to explore the different dimensions that are captured in this huge value chain. The earlier we begin to look at it more critically and pay attention to the ways in which we enhance education, enhance the skill set, enhance the participation of the girl child and the women in that industry, the more we would see significant change and significant impact in the economic development of this blessed and huge continent. Over the years, it's been proven that women have been nurturers and have been those who have kept textile traditions over the years, who have nurtured that art in different countries in Africa. And we see that even in the grassroots, where you have older women who have been exposed and who have been consistent with different crafts in textile making, like using the loom, using handcrafted ways of producing textiles over the years. It is important that we educate those who are coming after this set of women so that that skill is not extinct. There are ways we can draw out that training and that skill to impact the younger generation, adding contemporary styles and designs that will make our products sit with other products on any global platform. Africa is rich in creativity. It is time for us to look at the productive ways that we would enhance the skill, creativity, and culture and values and share them with the rest of the world. Collaborations need to exist across Africa, but then again, we need international technical expertise and inputs in order to enhance the creativity that is unique to Africa as a continent. Once again, I invite stakeholders to partner with the creative industries, especially those in the fashion value chain, to see ways how to enhance and to make a significant input in the quality and in harnessing women and youth in this value chain. We need to see more incubators. We need to see more accelerator programs. We need to see more impact investments. We need to see all stakeholders come together to look at ways in which this can move forward so that we can see the kind of change that would be seen if properly looked at and engineered in the next 10, 15 years, impacting significantly upon the fashion and textile value chain in Africa. Once again, my name is Maureen Obawaya. I'm the creative director and founder of Maureen O Designs Limited, a contemporary leather goods and design manufacturing brand out of Africa to the world. It is indeed an honor and privilege to be speaking at the 5th Tropics Business Summit. Thank you very much. You can also visit our Instagram or our website if you have further questions, and we can attend to those questions. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Francisco Carvalho. I am the mayor of Praia, capital city of the Cabo Verde Islands. The TROPICS Business Summit is a unique opportunity for Cabo Verde, especially for Praia as the capital city to showcase its potential, interest, and openness to investment opportunities in different areas. As a public entity committed to create growth and sustainable development, you are focused on facilitating and promoting the best investment opportunities for our partners in the city of Praia. Our goal is to engage with the international investors and partners that can help accelerate the development of our key sectors like tourism and industries. We are already working to create the diaspora investment platform to facilitate and share investment opportunities in Praia with the diaspora and international partners. We want to share the potential of our city to be an industrial center for businesses that aim to grow and create international production centers. As a municipality, we open our arms to receive all of you to come and visit the beautiful islands of Cabo Verde, especially Santiago, Praia, where you will certainly find interesting business opportunities. Thank you for your time. We hope to see you soon in Praia, in Cabo Verde.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm glad to be here today, and thank you so much for having me at the TROPICS Business Summit. Hi, I'm Tahir Hussain. I'm the founder of the Unstoppable Millionaire Academy, the author of the Unstoppable Millionaire book, and basically, I want to talk about creating wealth in difficult times. How does wealth be created? Is it even possible as we go through the pandemic, as we go through all the tough situations, what people are facing around the world, is there something called as having an opportunity of creating wealth? And the answer is absolutely yes. We all have a chance and an opportunity to create wealth, especially when times get difficult. And here's the thing about difficult times. And I encourage you, no matter what you are, if you are a business owner, if you are an entrepreneur, if you are working for someone, if you're with the government, here's what I want you to think. I want you to think about what we focus on when a situation like the pandemic happens, when businesses are downsizing and we don't know if we will have our jobs next week or next month. What are we focused on, right? Think about that. In that situation, what we focus on is where our energy goes. If you're focused on, my God, we are in a crisis. Oh my God, I'm not sure if I can keep my job. Oh my God, I'm not sure if my business will still be there. Our energy will be focused on that. Our body will react to automatically defending itself and saying, okay, all right, let's protect. Let's go into confinement mode. Let's go into protecting self-defense mode. Let's figure out what's going on with the pandemic. Why do we have the lockdowns? And then we go in a completely, what I call a downward spiral. A downward spiral is you start with that. That's the challenge, the situation, the problem, and then start thinking negative, 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 and it just keeps going down, right? So what I encourage you to start with is, what if you thought the other way around? What if you thought and believed that every single thing we do is an opportunity to allow us to get to the next level? Think about it. Someone gives you a hard time at job because, and maybe you're right, they shouldn't give you a hard time. Maybe you're right about the business that you're doing. You gave your hard-earned money, sweat, blood into the business, and yet it is not happening. You're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is, a situation doesn't care about whether I'm right or wrong. What it cares about is how I react in the moment of it. If we knew that losing a job was like, thank God I lost this job, now I can improve my skills and look for something better. When God closes one door, he opens 10 others. We just have to focus and look in that direction, correct? And I'll tell you why I'm telling you all this. What has this got to do with creating wealth in difficult times? So bear with me and listen to me, right? And is that what we really do? When a challenge happens to you, no matter what challenge, personal, relationship, life, business, job, money, what are you focused on? Is that focus allowing you to grow and get to the next level? Or is that focus allowing you to get paralyzed and stay where you are? As long as you're dealing with a human being, you're dealing with an emotion. As long as you're dealing with an emotion, that thought that goes into creating that emotion determines how you are going to react to any situation. We know people like Elon Musk, who became a billionaire and the richest at one point in the middle of a pandemic. How come some people are getting rich and rich? We knew companies that probably wouldn't have existed outside or pre-COVID, and today they are billion-dollar companies. Some of them, we are hearing things, they might even become trillion-dollar companies. What's going on? What's going on? And this is happening around us if we choose to focus on that growth. We know people who are getting promoted. I know people in my student circle who are getting promoted in the middle of a pandemic. I knew people in America, when millions and millions of Americans lost jobs, they were getting promoted. Some of us will say they were just lucky, isn't it? That's not the reality of it. They were more than just lucky. They were getting ready, thinking positive, and they were prepared. They were prepared for an opportunity that may never have happened because of the pandemic, but because they were prepared, they were ready to cruise to the next level. So I challenge you today to think about the fact that what if we can make this slight shift in our mindset from scarcity to abundance, not because you have a lot, but because you believe in the abundance life offers you. That is a good point to start from. Have you ever wondered how people who are financially poor are so obsessed with money? And when I say obsessed, I don't mean a healthy obsession. I mean a bad obsession. I don't have money to pay my bill. I need to take care of my credit card. I have to send my children to the school. I don't have the money to pay their fees. All of that. I don't have the money for the rent. The list goes on and on. An unhealthy obsession with money, right? What you focus on is where your energy goes. I'm not saying you don't have those challenges, but you would realize that if we can work on changing that obsession and start saying, how do I get the money? Oh, this is so expensive. No, it's not expensive. Unfortunately, that's what we were taught in the culture and the society we are in. What if I challenged you to think different? What if I told you that next time you look at something that's expensive, you said, how can I get that? Right? Or harsh, but true. Why am I so poor? Wouldn't that be a different, same situation, different thought process? And some of you are like, yeah, but that's just all mindset. I need an actual opportunity. Yes, you need an actual opportunity, but majority of the time, the reason we don't get that opportunity is because of our mindset. Listen, just in the last couple of weeks, I've been buying a couple of $1 million in properties. Right. Why? Great time to buy. But it took me a decade to start thinking the way I think now. I encourage you today not to take a decade to start thinking that how crises allow you to get economically better, how crises allow you to improve your relationship, how crises allow you to up your game, go the extra mile in the work and the job and the environment you are in. What would it take for you to become extraordinary? And I will give you an example. Let's say before the pandemic, you were putting that much effort to get that much income. Fair enough? Before the pandemic. Guess what happened when the pandemic came? Effort, income. Effort, income, right? When the pandemic came, guess what happened to your effort? Effort, income. Same income. The effort has to go up. The income is still the same. Oh, so I have to work a lot harder, smarter, learn new skills? Yes. You have to do all of that. You're still at the same income. So you want your income to increase. Job, business, entrepreneurs, literally anyone. Guess what you need to do? You need to start increasing the effort. If you're in a business, start adding absolutely insane value to what you are doing in your customer base, in your community. If you're in a job, stay late hours. Don't look at the clock. 6 p.m. Let's start packing up 5 minutes early. Don't do that. Stay till 7. Stay till 8. Not forever. At least so you can learn new things. Get passionate about what you're doing. And if you're not passionate about it, change what you're doing. So that starts with the mindset. One of the most difficult things I do as a wealth coach, mindset coach, as a personal development coach, is to work on people's mindset, because the opportunities are all around us. Please understand this. In a pandemic, in these difficult situations, what you focus on is where your energy will flow. Please understand this. Listen, I've spoken to millions of people across the world in over 60 countries, virtually and physically, right? So, and I've been doing this for 2 decades. And the reason I share this with you is because one of the first barriers to any growth is us, not the economy, not the country you are in, not the pandemic, us. Because we're so limited. Maybe we were programmed because of the society. Maybe we were programmed because of the culture. Maybe we were programmed because of the family we grew up in. Today, I encourage you to think about it. And then the way to create wealth is to start following people. Start looking at people who are already doing fantastic. Figure a way out, especially in the digital age, especially in the technology age. How do you get hold of them? for free. If you don't have I don't have the money to sign up for a coaching, no problem. Look for their content, free. We don't live in a world like 10 years ago, right? Go for the content and then literally absorb it and start somewhere. And you're like, but I don't understand. How can I do that in the next 10 years? Don't worry about the 10 years. Worry about day one. Worry about today. Take that one baby step today. What's stopping you from that? And then the next step, and then the next step, and then the next step. You know, what's amazing about human beings is that we underestimate what we can do in a long time. We underestimate what we can do in 6, 12, 18, 24 months. And we overestimate what we can do in a short time. Human beings, by default, are programmed short-term. Short-term, I mean now. Success, now. I don't know about 24 months. I encourage you, if you feel you're lost right now, and you're like, I don't know where to start from what you're not doing today. There's something about you, about the actions that you take that don't work, that needs to change. That's the key. And once you start working on that, everything changes. Absolutely everything changes. And each one of us, no matter where we are, can take inventory of what we are talking about right now, and boom, we're good to go. We're good to go. So let me see if I can get, lovely to see you all over here, first of all, and let me see if I can get some of these questions answered. If there are any questions here. The honor is all mine, first of all. Thank you for putting this amazing platform available for the masses around the world. So thank you for doing that. So my wisdom when it comes to reinventing ourselves is to stop, number one, stop blaming. See, we say that when we do that, we've got 3 fingers pointing back, right? So stop doing that. It was that person's fault, that government's fault, that economy's. No. Stop doing that. The first thing that I learned is stop doing that. Till the day you do that, blame someone, indirectly you're not taking responsibility. By the way, I did that too. When I lost my millions of dollars in the Dubai real estate, I was blaming the Wall Street and you name it, everyone except me. Because it's hard. How stupid was I to lose millions of dollars, right? It was a choice that I made. Why did I not get better educated, right? Because it's easy to point the finger there. So that's my first pearl of wisdom when it comes to reinventing myself. Because the moment I take the blame myself, I allow myself to get humble. I allow myself to learn from it. I'm like, okay, what could have I done differently? How can this not happen again? We live today financially in a world where we think 3 months from now, 12 months from now, 3 years from now, we won't need money. Of course we will need money. So why are you so short-sighted? I started expanding my vision, started making it big-sighted. What if you could think big? So that's my second point. Stop blaming, take full responsibility. Once you do that, you'll start realizing a couple of things. Number one, your circle of influence. You cannot be the smartest person in the room. Otherwise, you're in the wrong room. You have to be in a room where you get to learn from others. Till today, if I'm the smartest person in the room for too long, I need to change the room. I need to look for a different circle of influence, because that's where you get to learn. When other people give you a hard time, or when other people are better than you, where you want to get. So that's a couple of my pearls of wisdom when it comes to reinventing. Please understand, to reinvent yourself, something inside you needs to break and realign. So if you are avoiding that pain for some reason, maybe a business loss, maybe a job loss or a demotion, which was not your fault, take full responsibility. It might hurt, but it will allow you to break and then take full responsibility. If I'm going to be responsible for my success, I'm also going to be responsible for my failures. We talk about success all the time, right? That, oh my God, I made it, right? But we don't take responsibility for the failures. So I would encourage you to do that. So this is extremely important, right? Now, the other question is my secrets to success and where do you find your resilience from? So when there comes a point in life when you don't need to worry about your kitchen and all that, so that's where I am right now. So for me, my mission when it comes to waking up with excitement. Even when there are days when your body cannot take it, I want to go out and give everything out there. That excitement comes from knowing that what I say, what I do impacts the life of people and the lives of people who love and care. That's my driving factor. So what I want you to do is find out what your driving factor is. I'll give you a hint. Human beings have a driving factor, which basically is very simple. We care for other people. You want a fancy car, great house, travel alone? No, with someone, with your family, with your kids. So what is that you're passionate about and you won't give up? What is that drive? So for me, that drive is empowering others. When people come to me in tears and they tell me that something they did through our workshops or wherever impacted their life, changed their life, took their income up, made them millionaires, you know, that feeling is so priceless that money cannot buy that. I call that fulfillment. I want you to find what that means for you in your life. So that's number one. And here's the other thing about Africa, which is what excites me so much. When I look at the planet, and I've literally done speeches all across the world, across all continents. When I look at Africa, what I love about Africa is like a raw diamond. Africans in general are so hungry. In fact, if I would have to categorize a continent, I would say the Africans are so hungry when it comes to opportunity, when it comes to growth, when it comes to taking things to the next level, I would say become unstoppable. Take that hunger. You're like, but Tahir, I've gone through these opportunities and I've gone through these interviews and I didn't succeed. You know, what's my message? Do not let that hunger die. Why would you wake up in the morning? For whom would you wake up in the morning? To get excited, to go out and retry again and again and again. You're living in a continent. If you're in Africa right now, listening, which a lot of you are, right? You are in a continent that is going to surprise the world. I'll repeat that. You're in a continent that's going to surprise the world. And it's time. This is the time. This is the moment. A lot of wealth is shifting across the planet, across globes. Africa is at the brink of massive growth from the studies that I've been doing about the continent, and I really can't wait to be there in Africa as well. What makes a great leader? And I'll give you an answer to that. If there's a way someone can tell me, because I know my time is limited here. So what makes a great leader, according to me, is a great leader. We usually say a great leader is who has great followers, right? Now, there's more to that, right? Because in social media, you can get a lot of followers, right? A great leader, for me, is number one, the biggest quality they need to have is they have to be humble. Only when you are humble and you can submit to the people who follow you, you earn their trust. We don't live in a world or a community a decade or 2 decades ago where you could force people in a work environment to fear you so they follow you. That is not a great leader. A great leader who humbles themselves, leads by an example, and then makes it happen. I'll give you a quick example of that. One of the billion-dollar companies had a CEO who had to talk to his employees, and when the billion-dollar company CEO had a coach, this is what his coach told him. Go and tell your employees, what are your failures? Not the best thing to talk about in the corporate world, right? And because of your failures, and he was resistant, right? Because of your failures, what's going to happen is your employees, you will start earning their trust. They will believe you're a human just like anyone else. And that is today what we need in leadership. Because when people who are struggling, they look at leaders, they think of them as, oh, these magical people, these people who are magic. I can never be like them. Anyone can be a leader. You could be a leader in your own house, in your own community. So that's my message. We can do a 1-hour talk just on that alone, right? So that's to give you an example. Now, my message to the African and the Asian youth to impact the world is this. The biggest youth is among these 2 continents. The biggest youth on the planet exists in these 2 continents. Agreed? So if we can let this youth understand the technology, a couple of things I spoke about today, and what that would mean for the next decade, 2 decades to come. And I know youths don't think like that. I was a youth once, right? So I'm thinking, when do I become a millionaire? How soon? What will I make in the next month? I would encourage you to think longer. That if we merge this together, how could you impact the world? Today we have more awareness on environment, impact the environment is creating than ever in human history. Ever. We had the industrial age boom. No one cared about the environment. Today we do. Because of whom? Because of the baby boomers? No, because of the youth. They've already stepped up. You are the future of this country, of this planet, of the countries you represent. Go all out. Create harmony. And then here's my message, that something that I feel, be less impatient. Go out and be patient at times, because today we also live in a world where we are so impatient. We need the result now, otherwise it's never. So let's not do that. Be impatient. You'll still be here a decade from now. Youths, I'm talking to you right now. Go out and make it happen. See the world. So when you say we cannot, see the world, live the world that you actually want to see and live. So you're like, oh, I wish the world was like this. Youths, your wish can happen when you can put your heads and your minds together. So that's my message when it comes to youth. We're talking about environment. We're talking about sustainability. We're talking about social responsibility. Unfortunately, we and the baby boomers before me, we didn't take that responsibility. We didn't. Youth, it is your job. We can still build better buildings which are eco-friendly. We can still have the comfort of life with sustainability, with profitability. It would be your job to put your head across, put your minds across, and be patient as you do that, right? Be patient as you do that, because, it takes a while to reach that point. So these were some of the questions that came in, and what an honor it is for me to get these questions answered, to be talking to you right now. And it's just absolutely thrilling and amazing for me in that sense. Now, here's the other question that's coming out, right? And I've got about 5 minutes with me, so I'll do my best to get these questions answered. How do I diversify my wealth actor, making it to be top as successful a leader, right? So 2 things, leadership and wealth are 2 different skills. I know people who are wealthy who do not want to be a leader, right? Just to give an example, please understand these are 2 different things. Can you be wealthy and a leader? Yes. But you don't have to be. Can you be a leader and not wealthy? Yes. So let me start with, let's talk about watching from Johannesburg, and we appreciate it. So great, Anderson, lovely to see you from Johannesburg and asking these lovely questions. You're active and excited. Love that. Benicia, love your questions too. Thank you for the platform and the opportunity as well. So Jean, great to see you as well. So a quick one is that, how do you diversify your wealth? Who says you need to diversify, right? So let's start with that question. So one of the things I specialize, I'll give you my example, right? I specialize in real estate. That's what I specialize in. Some people would say I specialize in the stock market. I specialize in hedge funds and mutual funds. Whatever you specialize in wealth, I would say that majority of your wealth portfolio needs to go into that specialty. And then majority of your wealth portfolio goes there. And then you can diversify smaller amounts into something else. And I'll give you an example why. If you want to become wealthy and you pick Mark Zuckerberg or Steve Jobs or Elon Musk and Sir Richard Branson and the richest, the Warren Buffett, you name it, right? Jeff Bezos, you name it, the richest. Do you think they've diversified? No. They started with one thing, one insane obsession dream. And they became so good at it that they created money around that, right? And when they created money around that, then they took some of that money and started experimenting and doing, but their major wealth was still around that major thing they became good at doing. Because when I was getting into the world of wealth, I was like, let's diversify everything. And then I realized, no. I have to become really good at something before I start diversifying. I'll give you an example. Anything that you want to do, first thing is that before you diversify, learn, right? You know, when I talk about real estate to people, how many people come and tell me that, oh, wow, you know what, teach me everything? No one, literally. Very, very few people are like, teach me A to Z, everything, and I'll go all out in real estate. That's the problem. That first learn one thing, at least have enough knowledge in that one industry where you can say, okay, I feel comfortable putting my money there, right? Like I'll give you my example. I feel comfortable when I look at a real estate deal, what the deal is. But if you're giving me a deal to do with the stock market, I'm out. I have people who are experts, they will take care of that for me, not me, I'm out. Make sense? And then, does that mean I shouldn't do stocks? Sure, but I want to get good at that one thing first. Start creating wealth there before I diversify. A common mistake, take everyone's money or take people's money, like, I don't know what to do with my money here, take it. I'm a strong advocate of not doing that. If you have money, you're like, oh, this guy has a Bentley and a Rolls Royce and a private jet. Let me give, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Learn the basics, the fundamentals. Start with one, become good at one. And then next. You'll be amazed how much work goes into that, and you would love that. So with that, I've got about 2 minutes, so let me wrap this up. Real quick. How do you create wealth in difficult times? Mindset, right? I think we've got over 80,000 thoughts that keep coming in, I think, every hour, somewhere there. The thoughts that come in your mind are what? Survival thoughts or growth? Are you just trying to contain and survive or grow? What are those thoughts? And how do you overcome them? How do you find abundance when there is no abundance? That's the $1 million question here. Because once you answer that, once you surround yourself with people, videos, events like these, I mean, you kidding me? Look at this. Amazing effort that's gone into this. Events like these, and consume that knowledge. When you show up at an event, take notes. I hope you're taking notes right now. I've got like 5 or 6 diaries of mine. When I'm at events like these, I'm busy taking notes. Take those notes and then put them in. And then take action. Knowledge is not power. Execution of that knowledge is. Take action. And that's the way to move forward. So with that, my time is up. I love you.
I'm so sorry. Forgot that my mic was off. So hi everyone across the world. Good afternoon. It's 12:15 here in my time in Nigeria. My name is Linda, and I will be your speaker today. I'll be talking about how you can turn challenges into opportunities. This has given me an opportunity to really kind of think through and understand how things have been. First things first, I want to quickly thank Vanessa and the team, the Tropic Magazine team, for putting this together and for giving me the privilege and honor to speak with you for the next 15 to 18 minutes. If you do have questions, you can send them across. But first, I wanted to just talk about, things that affect us in life. And it could be our work, it could be our life, it could be marriage, it could be anything. The truth about life is that challenges are constant. They're like always there. In Nigeria, I will say problem not the finish. It means that you can never have enough of problems. So when you think that you have finished this level, by the time you're moving to the next level, you have another set of problems waiting for you, which means that constantly in life, you will have to constantly keep finding ways of solving your problem. So Just get it. You can never have a time in your life where you don't have problems. It's just part of life. So let's quickly look at what exactly does challenge mean. Now, the fact that your life means that everything that you go through is a challenge or an obstacle, but it all depends on how you see it. So first, let's define what a challenge is. So challenge is the situation of being faced with something that needs, great mental or physical efforts, in order to be done successfully, and therefore sets a person's ability. Finding a solution to a problem is one of the greatest challenge faced by scientists today. So at every point in time, we have challenge. It could be with struggling with something, an addiction in our life. It could be with work. So when you join the workplace, you start from the low level, and then you're hoping that, okay, one day I'm going to be a supervisor or a manager or even own my company. You find out that at every point in time in your life, there's always one issue to tackle or the other. It just never ends. So you can see them as challenges or obstacles, which means that they are things that you can look at and try to solve, which means that they will make you better when you come out of it. So see a challenge as a tunnel, where by the time you pass through it and you come out, there's always most times like a silver lining outside of it. And that's how I see it. Most times I tell people that it's really not about the problem that you're facing or the issues that you have in life. It's more about how you see it. So if we listen to the last speaker, he was talking something talks around being patient, seeing the world, and also mindset. So today I will be talking a lot about mindset. What kind of perspective do you have when you are faced with a challenge or a problem? How do you see it? It's not really about the problem, but it will be about your attitude to solving the problem. And how can you also learn from it? So most times people face challenges and they don't understand that that challenge is there to help them be better. So you can never be able to share your experience with someone if you haven't passed through it. So there's always a difference with someone who has gone through something and is better, and then someone who is just sharing from like a basic knowledge of things that they think that they know. So you always hear the stuff around like experience is the best teacher, and truly it is. When you go through something and you stand to talk about it, there's this feeling like you have achieved and you understand the pain of people who are also going through it. So it makes you a better speaker when you're talking about it. When I was studying online, I came across a lady called Susan from East Nusa. Now, she shared her story about her disability and how she was bullied in school and had to face up to it. And that didn't stop her from going to school or making her better. That didn't stop her from deciding that she was going to be the person who will bring change to her community. Right now, she's going to school and she's hoping that she will be able to reduce the poverty level and also help her community members by impacting on them when she's done with school. And that's the fact. Now, she could have seen her disability as a problem. And she could have dwelled on it and said, you know what, I'm disabled, I'm never going to be like everyone, I'm going to be this way and that way. And that could have been a problem forever. But then, when you begin to understand that your challenges are just there temporarily, and then you have to pause and then find a way to solve them, then you understand things are better. There's one other story that I can't really talk. I love to talk about her story, Muniba Mazari, the Indian lady that had an accident and that affected her entire life. But she sat down and she made a choice. She said, you know what? There are two things. She said, I'm going to let this affect me, destroy me, and make me depressed, or I'm going to use my disability as a strength to be able to help others and push them to understanding the fact that you can be whatever you want to be. She's doing great. She's speaking at events, TED Talks, and she's changing lives. She has no clue how much she has touched my life. And every day I wake up and I listen to her and I'm like, if she can do it, then I can. Nothing can stop me. So you find out that sometimes, you get to go through things so that you can learn and then you can teach others. So the process for me is, are you learning from these challenges that you're facing? And these challenges could be anywhere. It could be at work. It could be in your marriage. It could be in your life. Challenges are everywhere and they are constant. Do not forget that. But then in the course of my study, I decided to find out and say, okay, what makes you different? Now, if you're facing a challenge, how you think about it, how you look at it, and your ability to be resilient is something that makes you different and that can help you turn those opportunities, those challenges into opportunities. So now, let's look at some aspects that we can look at. Number one, now you can actually sit down and say, okay, so what is my perspective to life. How do I think about it? So you can see that sometimes two people will go through a challenge. One person will come through it smiling and being calm and happy, and the other becomes depressed, sad, and couldn't even change his or her life. And then you're wondering, but these two people pass through this situation. Number one, it's the perspective. So you have to have a positive mindset and a perspective that makes you think differently, that this is just a temporary problem and I'm going to pass through it and I'm going to better. Number two, let's look at honesty. Sometimes we kind of deceive ourselves and pretend like all is well. It's okay for you to have a challenge. It's okay for you to have a problem. It's okay for you to feel sad and bad, but you can't dwell there forever. So sit down and be honest and say, okay, so these are the things affecting me. These are the things I'm going through. How can I solve them? Once you be able to pass through that stage of honesty with yourself, then you're on the right track to turning your challenges into opportunities. Number three, let's look at openness. So when we talk about openness, sometimes some people kind of bottle up some certain things and they pretend and act like they're fine, but they're never really open to themselves or even to their friends to see how they can help them. So you have to look at things and say, okay, am I really open here? What exactly am I facing and going through? And how can I solve it? So openness is something very important. Number four, let's look at curiosity. So sometimes you see that people have problem and they just keep quiet and dwell on it. But then you see some people, they start being curious. So I have this health issue. What exactly went wrong? What can I do differently? How can I make it better? How can I reduce the chances of it happening again? How can I make it better? They're just curious in learning, and this whole process makes them the same thing for your workplace. So you have a challenge with this and you're not sure how to go about it. You go online, you start learning, you go for a course, you go for a certification, you are reading books. This will change the situation. But then when you stay in the same way and you're not curious about being innovative or creative and learning, then you're in big trouble. Okay, so we can also look at challenge from different in different ways. So let's say, for instance, there are different things that can cause a challenge. Number one, it could be a loss. That could be a loss of, it could be a business loss. It could be a loss of a loved one. Most times you see people who lose their loved ones and then they never come out of it. They just hack and they pause in their life, and you wonder how they're going to move on. The honest truth is that things are going to happen. From time to time, you're going to lose loved ones, your family members, your friends, but you have to be strong. You have to be honest about what you're going to, be open, and then find support system that can help you come out of it. Now, when you lose a loved one, you can actually decide to say, okay, I've lost this loved one as a result of this illness or this. I want to set up a foundation to help other people so that they don't make the same mistake and then they can live longer. So you've actually turned that loss and that challenge into an opportunity of helping others. It all depends on how you see it. Number two, you lose a job. So by the time you lose a job, you're wondering, I was good, I was working hard, what's going to happen? How am I? It's called life. It could be a business, you could have invested, you could have lost everything. It's not always about the loss. It's about how you handle the loss. So when things happen to you, you need to pause, calm down, and then think about it and say, this has happened. Well, how can I manage this pain that comes with it? Number two could be failure. Number three, setback. And then number four, you need to kind of establish a moral compass that will guide you. So as humans, we have our goals, we have our responsibilities, we have our principles, and the things that guide us personally. You don't have to follow all the rules. You can decide, this is how I'm going to live my life. I'm going to stand out. That would also help you in seeing problems and challenges differently and turning them into opportunities. Okay, now in all this, I decided to state about 17 tips that can help you, turn your challenge into opportunity. And I'll list them. First thing first, you have to learn to pause and take a break. So there's so many, we have so many things happening. We had COVID last year, we have different sickness and illness. People were being laid off. We had work issues, stress issues, family members. There were just so much. And a lot of people started falling into depression and wondering what's the next step. You need to take a break. It's okay for you to break down. It's okay for you to cry. But if that's what's going to make you feel better, just take a pause, take a break, think about things, and then come back. Number two, you can meditate daily. So I tell people that one thing that's giving me strength is having a quiet time in the morning. So in the morning, the first thing, for those who are religious, they find something to hold on to. So they either pray, or so I take my time, I think through what happened the day before, what am I going to do today, How do I have a strategy, a plan, and a direction? And then I'm calm before I start running. So most times we just hit the day and we start running without a plan. So you can do this either at night or day, but you need to be calm. In that calmness, you're able to think differently and think better on how to do things. Number 3, do not put pressure on yourself. So the challenges of this world are already there. You know, there's always a challenge to do something. Oh, everyone is doing this and you're not doing this. How am I going to be better? How do I stand out? They are constantly there. But the problem is, do not add those pressures to yourself. When you add more pressure to yourself, it becomes unbearable. It becomes a difficult task to be able to even do the major things you're supposed to do. So take a break, be calm, and then do not add more challenges. Number 4, think faster. So I tell people, instead of getting angry and being worried, I'm always thinking, what can I do? How can I do better? How can I help my customers? What can I do to make the strategy work? I'm always thinking, and I'm writing down. I have a diary that I'm writing down things. I'm trying to jot down what's going to be the next plan in 1 year, in 2 years, in 3 years. Where do I want to be? Keep note of everything that you're thinking about. Number 5, have a positive mindset. You know, so sometimes people are always like, you're always smiling, you're always laughing, you're never sad. It's a choice. I do have my own problems, definitely. I have issues, I have things that I'm battling and struggling with. We all do. But the honest truth is that you don't have to wear them on your face. And people don't have to always know that you have problems. You find out that sometimes some people are going through problems and then they are helping others see your challenges differently to make you better. So please take note of this most important thing. Smile through the day, have fun with life. Don't forget, it's always too short. So don't die before your time. So live with it, make sure you're happy and smile through it. That's really very key. I'm going to look at having, following your heart. So most times you see that people make decisions and choices on the basis of others. What is my family member saying? My friends are saying this. Make your stand and make sure you follow your heart. Make sure it's what makes you happy and that you're doing it well. Now, one thing about life is that you find out that people kind of die before the time. So there's like, so for instance, now you hear a sound somewhere, people just start running. They're not even sure where they're running to. They're not even sure what's happening, but they're already running. So sometimes people actually run to their deaths rather than taking a pause and wondering what's happening. And that happens in life, at work, in our lives. We just find out that we kind of fret and worry and then even kill ourselves before the time. So please calm down with the worry and just take things slowly and gently, one step at a time. One thing that I have done that made me feel better, find something that you can do that can give you some energy and strength, because you need that energy through the day. So find a physical activity, find a sport. So last year during the COVID, I decided, you know what, I'm going to start dancing. I want to listen to music. I want to dance. Just anything to make you feel better. It could be walking in the morning and listening to something that makes you better. So I want to tell people, the things you listen to, the things you watch, and the things you read are 3 things that are going to make you better in life. They're either going to help your mindset and your perspective, or they're going to actually destroy you. So you need to control those 3 things. What do you listen first thing in the morning? What do you read? And what are you learning from around? What are you watching? Those things have a very strong hold on your minds and your life, and they could actually either make or marry you. So think about it very carefully. Understand your feelings and emotions. So when people go through things, you hear some people telling you, oh, don't cry, be strong, be a man. That's not true. It's okay for you to feel sad, feel bad, cry, and feel down. It's part of life. But then when you get to that point, you need to understand, what am I feeling? How am I feeling? What am I going through? And how do I manage it to be better? Those are the steps. Now, we can also look at understanding and having a good, reliable support system. I mentioned that before. If you do have friends that are always pushing you and making you feel bad, please take a walk. It's okay. You're not tired. Make sure you have colleagues, friends, family members that you can be open to, honest to, and talk with, and they can help you understand what you're going through and be there with you to the journey. Remember, I said it's life and it's a journey, and problems are constant. They're always there. So you need to have the right people that will help you through this. Now, one important thing is for you to take life as it comes. So, for instance, last year, many of us made plans. Like I made plans last year, right? I was going to travel to 4 countries, have fun, do this. So we have some things that happen that are beyond our control. We call them the act of God, right? So things that we we couldn't really predict, we couldn't see, and we cannot say this is how it's going to be. So it means that you can have good plans, good strategy. You can think through things and say this is how it's going to be. And then one thing happens and everything turns around. It could be earthquake, it could be flood, it could just turn things around for you. You could lose your business, lose your home, lose your family members, and it looks like your world is crumbling. It's called life. But then you need to learn to understand that these things beyond your control, you can't really stop them. But when they happen, take a pause, listen, and think about what you can do. So last year, lots of business died. We had lots of businesses that went down, shops, malls in the UK and US closes that is doing and growing in business. See coming online in terms of a strategy. Have you decided to learn a skill that will help you be better online? That's turning your challenges into opportunities. So go learn an online skill, social media, video creation, content, online marketing. These are where the money is now. So you can actually take up some courses that can help you to be better. Remember, you don't always have to see your problems and challenges as challenges. It's how you see it that matters. Now, let's quickly look at 4 things before I jump into something else. You have to also understand that sometimes you can rely on spirituality and religion, have something you can hold on to that make you feel better. Never feel sorry for yourself. People are going through worse things, but they never show that to you, right? So they put up the best sides that they have on social media and they're making you feel bad. Please do not feel bad. Do not feel pressured. They have theirs, but they're not showing that to you. You have to be proactive. Do not be lazy. You have to read inspirational books that can help you be better. You have to learn from your mistake and be sensitive to the world around you. So I tell people that I have learned more from the mistakes that I've made than from just normal life, right? So when things happen, I sit down and I take a look and I'm like, okay, I made this mistake. What could I have done to make it better? How could I change things? And then it helps me. And that becomes experience that I learn to teach other people. So my podcast show, I talk a lot about, helping small businesses grow in terms of marketing, online. On the basis of the job I do and how I've been able to learn, I now teach them and tell them what I think they can do and how to better. It's called experience. So key things are your perspective, what you listen to, what you read. And I always tell people that everyone faces challenges. Key thing, never give up. As long as you have life and you are okay, every day you wake up is a new day to make a difference and a change, and you'll be better. Honesty, perspective, openness, curiosity, and determination. So you see how some people actually end their life before it's over and they give up on everything. I want to encourage you today. That challenge you are facing today will change tomorrow. It's going to just make you better. As long as you're determined, you are definitely going to learn from it and you're also going to improve. Quickly before we go, I want to talk about 4 ways to kind of transform these challenges to opportunities. Number one problem is to sometimes problem will actually help you shine. You might have problems and you're being able to solve them will make you be better. So do not see it as a challenge. It might be something to just bring you out, whether it's where you work or where you live or in your community. So see it from a different light. Now it's easier to succeed and achieve better when you're challenged. Sometimes I tell people that when I'm under pressure and I'm worried and pained, I get to think fast and I'm like, how am I going to solve this problem? How am I going to do? So you have to see it in such a way that sometimes problems attack you, but when you attack them back, they make you're actually going to be better. Now, do not be shy. Try to be very innovative, create new things, come up with new ideas, and then just try to find ways of solving this. Now, 5 tips to help you turn these challenges to opportunities. I've talked about the fact that life happens. So every day I tell people I just want to be grateful. Show gratitude. You're alive. So, help others, be good, be kind, be nice. And you find out that somehow things will just begin to work in place for you. Have a positive psychology. I said that before. The mindset you have and how you look at things will definitely make you better. What have you learned? Remember, some people say, oh, I don't know a lot. Whatever you've learned, whatever you've known through the past years, they are enough for you to teaching this knowledge onto others. Remember, you might not have all the time. When you pass through that, you are going to. I have a few minutes left before I leave. You have to be motivated to learn. You have to be encouraged. You have to listen. You have to learn to find out what new competitive advantage, change the negative thinking into positive thinking. Try and make a list of the current situation that you are in. What am I facing? What am I passing through? How can I teach others from it? Let at every point in time you better. Do I still have time? I guess I have exhausted my time. If you do have questions, you can send in. But if not, I want us to just go to the last few points, saying key thing for you to be able to turn your challenges into opportunities. Number one, have a very positive mindset. Smile. Doesn't cost anything. It makes you feel better. Be happy and just see it as a situation or a process for you to learn, and then you will be better, and then you teach others. And then also be honest and open to yourself that everything you pass through is just a phase of life. You're going to be able to look back and smile. And one thing I want to take away from today, at the end of every tunnel, there's always a silver line. It depends on how you see it. Is it that you are proactive to saying it as positive, or you take it badly and be sad about it? It's all in your mind. I don't know if I still have time left. And if there's any questions, I am checking through. Okay. So for those of us still listening in, do not forget some of the key things I mentioned today. Never give up. Please don't give up. Just every morning you wake up, just take it as this is another day for me to do better. This is another day for me to shine. It's another day for me to learn something new. And in that way, you just be better. You have to learn to be honest, be open, see things from a different perspective. Always try to be calm. It's only in calmness that you are able to discern the problems or the situation that you're in and try to solve it better. You have to be curious and you have to be very determined. These key things would always definitely make you better. Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis Yohan Moussadine Zamba. Je suis consultant marketing et développement. Je suis également intermédiaire d'affaires et c'est un réel plaisir pour moi comme ça de venir participer à ce grand rendez-vous qui est le TROPICS Business Summit. Je viens ici vous parler ou vous entretenir sur quelque chose de très grand. C'est-à-dire, je viens vous parler des opportunités d'affaires au niveau de la République centrafricaine. En effet, depuis quelque temps déjà, il y a un vaste programme qui se fait dans ce pays. Et l'entité pour laquelle je suis ici, c'est-à-dire Global Investment Group, je vais vous dire pourquoi en fait nous nous intéressons à la Centrafrique et pourquoi également vous devez vous intéresser à la Centrafrique. Depuis quelque temps déjà, les plus hautes autorités de la République de Centrafrique ont initié un vaste programme chapeauté bien sûr par la plus haute autorité. Et dans ce vaste programme est, si vous voulez, un peu issu d'une vision du président de la République centrafricaine qui veut faire de la République centrafricaine une destination de choix. Une destination de choix, pourquoi? Parce que il a pris des mesures très importantes pour pouvoir soutenir sa vision. Il a, d'ici, il y a quelques années déjà, quelques mois, il a mis en place un département qui va spécialement s'occuper de traduire sa vision en actes. Et autour de ce département, il a bien mis un ministre, comme on le dit, mais qui est rattaché directement à la présidence de la République pour pouvoir piloter les grands projets. Donc, au niveau de cette institution-là, ils conçoivent et ils exécutent également les projets. C'est un vaste programme ambitieux. C'est pour cette raison que la République centrafricaine, pour pouvoir matérialiser cette vision, ce programme, a besoin de mobiliser des ressources, a véritablement besoin de mobiliser des ressources parce que ils veulent, au niveau de la Centrafrique, véritablement transformer ce pays et faire de ce pays, si vous voulez bien, une destination privilégiée, vu que déjà, ce sont des projets intégrateurs qui vont être développés. Donc, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas la République centrafricaine, comme son nom l'indique, la République centrafricaine est au centre même de l'Afrique. Il a 623 000 km² et il est peuplé de 4 500 000 habitants. Donc, à cet effet, le président ou alors les plus hautes autorités du côté de la Centrafrique vont s'appuyer ou s'appuient déjà sur deux piliers essentiels pour pouvoir en réalité véritablement transformer la Centrafrique. Le premier pilier est, si vous voulez, un peu les grands travaux et le deuxième pilier, ce sont les banques. Donc, ce sont ces piliers qui vont faire en sorte qu'ils puissent transformer avec ses compatriotes et avec tout le dispositif actuellement qui est mis en place. Commencer, par exemple, par des secteurs et des projets, si vous voulez, prioritaires. Donc, au titre des projets, par exemple, il y a des grands projets dans le domaine de l'agriculture, il y a des grands projets dans les infrastructures, il y a également aussi des grands projets dans le domaine des services. Donc là, il y a des grands travaux qui ont déjà commencé, mais dans le cadre de ces grands travaux, comme je vous l'ai dit, ils ont besoin de mobiliser de la ressource. Et pour mobiliser cette ressource, en sachant qu'il y a des très grands projets, des projets de construction, par exemple, je vous parlerai par exemple de la mise en place d'un nouvel aéroport, des barrages hydroélectriques, ils veulent construire des châteaux d'eau, des routes et ainsi de suite. Ce sont des très grands travaux, donc il va falloir mobiliser des ressources. C'est la raison pour laquelle, chers investisseurs et très chers participants à ce sommet, je vous invite vivement à y aller du côté de Bangui, de contacter par Global Investment Group ou écrire directement aussi, si vous le voulez bien, à la présidence de la République centrafricaine. Donc, les projets sont tellement grands, je ne pourrais pas tout citer ici. Il est également prévu la construction d'une mégapole. Et quand on parle de la construction d'une mégapole, c'est de mettre en place, cette mégapole va être à la fois une ville écologique, mais également une ville numérique, car nous savons tous que par la transformation que voudrait, si vous voulez, impulser le chef de l'État centrafricain avec la mise en place, si vous voulez, d'un département de grands travaux et d'investissements stratégiques, c'est de pouvoir, si vous voulez, amorcer la transformation industrielle. Et vous savez, comme moi, que la transformation industrielle passe également par le numérique. Le deuxième pilier, ce sont les banques. Donc, il y aura un système bancaire qui va garantir, si vous voulez, à tout investisseur une certaine sécurisation à ce niveau. Pourquoi? Parce que même au niveau des banques, il y a un système qui va être mis en place. Il faut dire également qu'il y a des banques qui vont être créées, notamment des banques agricoles, des banques pour les jeunes, des banques pour des femmes, des banques également pour tout ce qui concerne les grands travaux. Donc, je peux vous rassurer qu'aujourd'hui, la Centrafrique, qui est même au cœur de l'Afrique, de par ce vaste programme qui est soutenu par ce département des grands travaux et d'investissement stratégique, voudrait également aussi impacter l'Afrique, puisque je vous ai parlé des projets intégrateurs et que ensemble, le développement, ou si vous voulez, le miracle puisse se produire. Donc, c'est cette communication que je voulais faire ici à l'endroit des participants de ce grand rendez-vous, de ne pas surtout hésiter, de venir en Centrafrique, parce que la Centrafrique va être, et a même déjà commencé à être, la destination de rêve, cette destination qui fera que tous les projets qui ont été mis en place par ce département se réalisent, bien sûr. Et comme ils ne peuvent pas le faire seuls, et vous savez qu'en Afrique, il y a beaucoup d'investisseurs, dans le monde entier, il y a beaucoup d'investisseurs. Donc, nous vous invitons à venir en République centrafricaine pour pouvoir, si vous voulez, entrer dans la danse et faire en sorte que le panafricanisme, puisque c'est de ça qu'il s'agit aussi, parce que les plus hautes autorités au niveau de la Centrafrique et les Centrafricains sont, si vous voulez, aussi des fervents panafricanistes. Donc, il est de notre devoir, je dirais même, c'est une obligation pour nous d'aller au niveau de la Centrafrique, parce que ce qui se passe aujourd'hui en Centrafrique est quelque chose de vraiment merveilleux et extraordinaire. Pourquoi? Par exemple, au niveau de la loi ou de la réglementation sur les programmes ou les projets publics-privés, là aussi, il y a de l'attractivité. Il y a de l'attractivité et cela va faire en sorte que tout ce que vous allez pouvoir investir au niveau de la Centrafrique, vous aurez forcément un retour d'investissement parce que ce n'est un secret pour personne. La Centrafrique est un pays immensement riche, potentiellement. Donc, c'est à nous d'accompagner et d'aller vers la Centrafrique pour véritablement impulser tout ça. Donc, je suis Yohan Moussadji Nzamba. Je vous invite très respectueusement et très vivement à vous rendre du côté de la Centrafrique, parce que la Centrafrique, c'est une terre, mais je peux vous l'assurer, une véritable terre d'opportunités. D'opportunités aussi, et je vais chuter par là, tout simplement parce que aujourd'hui, tout a été, si vous voulez, restructuré. Je vous parlais, par exemple, du côté sécuritaire. À ce niveau, vous le savez très bien, il n'y a plus de problème à ce niveau. L'armée a été restructurée, la sécurité est de mise et de taille. Donc, très chers participants au forum, c'est avec un grand plaisir que nous vous invitons à vous rendre en République centrafricaine. Sur ce, je vous remercie.
Bonjour. Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Youssef Akale, je travaille pour une société du nom d'Herma Énergie. On est spécialisé dans tout ce qui est système de production d'énergie, on va dire décentralisé. Tout d'abord, j'aimerais remercier en fait les organisateurs par rapport à l'organisation du sommet. Ça a été pas mal de travail d'après ce que j'ai vu, pas mal d'intervenants, donc merci à eux. Au niveau donc, de tout ce qui est notre secteur d'activité, comme je disais, c'est l'électrification. L'électrification décentralisée, donc à partir de mini-réseaux entre autres. On sait que l'Afrique a des grands défis au niveau, on va dire, certains pays en tout cas, ont des défis au niveau électrification du territoire, parce qu'on est quand même le deuxième plus gros continent au monde, avec des très grands pays. Et l'électrification qui peut fonctionner dans des petits pays en tirant des lignes électriques à partir de grandes, on va dire, stations de production électrique, que ce soit du thermique, du nucléaire, etc., n'est pas forcément la meilleure option quand on est sur des très grands territoires avec des populations qui habitent dans différents emplacements de ce territoire. Donc amener l'électricité, c'est un défi. Quand on le fait de manière classique à travers des lignes, ça revient très cher, d'où le fait qu'aujourd'hui, on développe de plus en plus effectivement des systèmes de décentralisation. Nous, pour notre part, on est surtout, on va dire, sur des systèmes qu'on appelle hybrides. Et à ce sujet, je vais partager mon écran pour vous faire une présentation un peu de la société et de ce qu'on développe comme système et comme solution qu'on peut apporter par rapport à des projets d'électrification dans différents pays, à l'export, etc. For the English-speaking people, I have as well a presentation that I could send it to you in English. So I will do my presentation in French, and eventually, if you have questions, eventually you can either email me, etc., and I can share with you the English version of the presentation that I'm going to present. Je ne sais pas si tout le monde peut voir l'écran de présentation. Non, ça marche pas ce truc. Ouais, ça marche. J'espère que vous pouvez voir l'écran. Donc, comme je disais, pour notre part, nous faisons, disons, de l'hybridation, donc les solutions hybrides automatisées multi-énergie. Pour rester simple, c'est des systèmes qui permettent de combiner plusieurs sources d'énergie, les énergies qu'on a de disponibles, de coupler et derrière d'alimenter les besoins. Au niveau de notre société, nous sommes une petite start-up, mais nous faisons partie d'un groupe du nom de Charbonnier. Donc, c'est un groupe familial. C'est un groupe qui fait à peu près 30 millions d'euros à l'heure actuelle. On a à peu près 400 personnes à travers la planète. Nous, à notre niveau, on est 15 personnes. Et on est plutôt une start-up jeune et on est spécialisé dans le couplage. Au niveau du groupe, la société aujourd'hui principale du groupe s'appelle Herma Électronique. Et eux, en fait, leur activité, c'est le câblage spécifique. Donc, on parle de câblage de type industriel. Dans leurs clients, on va compter Ariane, on va compter Safran, on va compter Airbus. Voilà, on a aussi des gens dans le ferroviaire, type Bombardier. Donc, en fait, leur spécialité, c'est de faire soit des très gros torons de câbles pour des applications spéciales, ou on peut aussi faire du câblage, on va dire, au microscope pour certaines applications. Et au niveau donc d'Herma Électronique, on a Herma Suisse qui est spécialisé plutôt dans le ferroviaire, mais pour le marché suisse. Herma Technique qui effectue, eux, des tests de satellites avant la mise sur orbite de ces derniers. Et Herma Tech qui est un peu la même chose qu'Herma Électronique, mais au Brésil. Nous, on a pu, de par l'activité d'Herma Électronique, on va dire hériter de leurs compétences en câblage. Donc en fait, toutes les connaissances qu'eux ont développées sur le câblage spécifique, nous on a pu hériter de celles-ci. Et derrière, on a commencé à développer, on va dire, des solutions de couplage d'énergie. La société existe depuis effectivement 2017, mais l'activité de couplage d'énergie avait débuté en 2013 au sein d'Herma Électronique. Seulement pour séparer, on va dire, les deux activités, il a été décidé de créer Herma Énergie en 2017. Au niveau des autres sociétés, bon, on a de la construction et de la métallerie, mais ça, c'est on va dire, des activités historiques du groupe. Voilà. Au niveau donc de l'objectif, en fait, on va dire de nos systèmes, le but, voilà, c'est surtout de pouvoir avoir une électricité tout le temps stable et continue. Quand on est sur du renouvelable, prenons par exemple une application solaire, une alimentation solaire, ce que l'on va avoir, effectivement, on va pouvoir alimenter tant que le soleil est là, on a de l'énergie. La nuit, on n'a plus de soleil, donc on coupe. Nous, le but, c'est de pouvoir coupler plusieurs types d'énergie pour effectivement avoir de l'électricité 24 heures sur 24 et de façon continue. Donc, comment on fait cela? Ben voilà, ça va être, par exemple, en couplant des systèmes, que ce soit du groupe électrogène à du solaire, de l'éolien. Ça peut être du réseau, s'il y a du réseau malheureusement qui est sommaire ou sur lequel il y a des coupures, on peut aussi l'intégrer. Et en fait, cette énergie va être stockée par les batteries. Et derrière, on a un système émis qui, par rapport, on va dire, à l'application, donc qu'on soit en réseau sommaire, en réseau, en télécommunication, en mini-réseau, par exemple pour des villages, etc. En fait, le système, il va pouvoir nous donner les paramètres à intégrer à la machine. Donc, par rapport aux énergies disponibles et à l'application. Donc là-dessus, on peut aussi il y a aussi des applications, on va dire, d'autoconsommation avec stockage qui se développent de temps en temps, notamment, bon, on va dire, dans certains pays. Ça commence à arriver. L'intérêt, c'est surtout quand le kilowattheure est très cher, on va dire. Dès qu'on dépasse les 20 centimes, 25 centimes d'euros le kilowattheure, l'autoconsommation avec stockage, ça a un vrai avantage parce qu'on va pouvoir stocker le surplus d'énergie sur batterie et restituer derrière pendant la nuit. Et tout ce qui est en plus va pouvoir être revendu sur le réseau si cette option existe. Et on a aussi un autre marché qui va être l'écrêtage de puissance, c'est-à-dire il arrive en fait que sur certaines sections du réseau, on soit limité en puissance ou qu'on soit limité par notre compteur, notamment pour les industriels, ça peut être intéressant. C'est au niveau de pouvoir en fait venir écrêter le manque de puissance. Donc ce que l'on fait, c'est on a notre compteur, admettons, qui va être limité à 10 ou 20 kVA. Dans mon process industriel, j'ai besoin pendant 2-3 heures, sur la semaine, d'avoir 60 kVA. Au lieu de devoir tirer des nouveaux câbles ou monter au niveau du compteur, etc., on peut venir stocker de l'énergie sur batterie. Et derrière, la batterie va pouvoir restituer ce surplus de puissance en plus des 20 kVA disponibles sur mon compteur, pour pouvoir alimenter mon process industriel la durée dont j'ai besoin. Donc ça, c'est aussi une des choses qu'on peut faire avec notre système et la configuration EMI. Donc aujourd'hui, voilà, on sait par exemple sur des pays comme le Nigeria, en Afrique, où est-ce qu'on va avoir beaucoup de groupes électrogènes. Donc on va beaucoup consommer de carburant, etc. Le fait de nos systèmes, ils peuvent être couplés à ces groupes. Donc pour faire descendre la consommation, pour faire descendre le bilan carbone, etc. On peut les coupler avec le solaire, on peut uniquement aussi les coupler avec batterie. Et à ce moment-là, on va pouvoir effectivement faire du gain de carburant et prolonger la durée de vie du groupe électrogène. Bon, ça c'est ce que j'ai déjà commencé à en parler, c'est plutôt la définition du système hybride. C'est en fait la combinaison de plusieurs sources d'énergie et leur gestion. Donc en fait, notre métier, c'est de pouvoir, il se situe à ce niveau-là, au niveau de la régulation, la conversion et la gestion d'énergie. Donc il va falloir pouvoir gérer, on peut gérer plusieurs sources, que ce soit de l'éolien, du solaire ou de l'hydraulique, en faisant de l'hydrolien. On peut accoupler à ça du générateur, du groupe électrogène, pardon, ou du réseau. Et par rapport en fait aux besoins de l'utilisateur, notre système va gérer toutes ces sources, ce qu'il a de disponible en énergie sur batterie, par rapport aux besoins alimentés. Et donc, il va pouvoir, par exemple, démarrer automatiquement le groupe électrogène s'il en a besoin, etc. Le but, c'est toujours forcément de maximiser l'énergie renouvelable. Donc, plus on a d'énergie renouvelable dans le mix, moins on fera appel au groupe électrogène ou éventuellement au réseau. Donc, ça permet de délester le réseau si le réseau est déjà un peu tendu. Et si on a un groupe électrogène qu'on est totalement coupé du réseau, ça permet des économies de carburant. Il y a aussi une petite vidéo sur le site web d'ERMA qui explique un peu plus le fonctionnement du système. Au niveau de notre gamme de produits, en fait, elle va se décliner en puissance chez nous. Donc, en fait, on va avoir des produits qui vont être catalogues un peu standardisés, mais qui sont faits pour pouvoir monter en puissance par un système de modules. Et aussi, on va avoir, par contre, au-dessus de 90 kVA, aujourd'hui, on va être sur des systèmes qui vont être sous forme de conteneurs. Donc là, c'est plutôt de l'étude. Donc au niveau produit catalogue, ça se décline comme ça. On va avoir, pour des tout petits systèmes, pour des toutes petites alimentations, la Powerbox. Là, on n'est pas sur un système hybride, on va être sur un système solaire avec éventuellement une possibilité de recharge manuelle avec un chargeur externe de la batterie. C'est-à-dire, si on a éventuellement un petit groupe, on peut démarrer le groupe manuellement et recharger la batterie si je n'ai plus de soleil. Mais là, voilà, la Powerbox, c'est jusqu'à, on va dire, en termes de puissance délivrée, elle va délivrer jusqu'à 1000 watts. Donc, ça va suffire vraiment pour des petits besoins, de l'éclairage, une télé, un frigo. Voilà, on ne pourra pas faire tourner dessus des choses comme une clim, par exemple. Une climatisation, c'est beaucoup trop puissant. Donc, c'est vraiment pour des petits besoins basiques, mais qui peuvent éventuellement permettre un apport d'énergie sur des localités un peu isolées où des besoins sont très limités. Le cœur de gamme chez nous, c'est cette gamme-là, c'est le MyGrid. En fait, donc là, le MyGrid, le concept, c'est un concept d'hybridation intelligente. Donc là, la machine va pouvoir arrêter et démarrer le groupe électrogène quand elle en a besoin, faire appel au réseau, etc. Donc on n'est pas du tout sur le même système qu'ici. On peut combiner du solaire, on peut combiner beaucoup de choses. Le concept en lui-même, c'est un concept évolutif, c'est-à-dire que on a des modules de puissance, donc ces briques-là, qu'on va pouvoir assembler les unes aux autres pour monter en puissance. Donc on a des modules de 3 kVA et de 5 kVA, et selon le système que je veux faire, je vais les assembler. Et on peut monter comme ça jusqu'à 90. Dans la gamme, on va avoir deux sous-gammes. On a une gamme qui s'appelle le compact, qui, elle, monte en 10 kVA et qui est uniquement monophasée, donc 230 volts. Et on a l'évolution qui ressemble, on va dire, plutôt à ça, hein, sur ce qu'on a sur la photo, qui va être une gamme qui monte jusqu'à 90 kVA. Donc, au-dessus de 10 kVA, dès qu'on veut du triphasé, donc du 380, on va passer sur une gamme évolution. Ça, c'est déjà une des différences. L'autre différence, c'est que le compact, en fait, c'est un système qui vient tout complet. Donc, c'est uniquement ce boîtier-là. Et les batteries sont intégrées à l'intérieur du système. L'évolution, les batteries vont être externes. Tout simplement parce que, voilà, le compact, lui, va monter jusqu'à 10 kVA de puissance maxi, alors que sur l'évolution, étant donné qu'on peut monter jusqu'à 90 kVA, il faut qu'on puisse dimensionner les batteries le plus finement possible, parce que le prix du système, c'est au final le prix des batteries, en fait. Donc, c'est le choix qu'on a fait. Donc, pour les petites applications, plutôt, on va dire, résidentielles ou individuelles, ou un petit peu industrielles éventuellement, pour des petits locaux industriels, on peut rester sur du monophasé en 230 jusqu'à 10 kVA de puissance. Après, au-dessus, dès qu'on tape dans du triphasé ou qu'on souhaite avoir beaucoup plus de puissance, jusqu'à 90 kVA, il faut qu'on passe voilà, avec des batteries externes. Mais par contre, on reste toujours sur un principe évolutif. Pour information, les boîtiers qu'on voit ici font la taille d'un tout petit frigo. Les frigos qu'on peut glisser sous les comptoirs. Donc, c'est pour vous donner un peu la dimension. Et ces boîtiers-là peuvent être effectivement additionnés les uns aux autres. Donc, je peux demain faire un 5 plus 5 pour avoir 10 kVA. Donc, ça permet aussi de se dire qu'on a toujours une possibilité, si on veut avoir besoin de plus d'énergie et plus d'autonomie en batterie, on va pouvoir faire évoluer l'installation. Voilà, c'est surtout le but. Donc, quand on ajoute un module, ce qui se passe, c'est qu'on double la puissance de sortie, on va doubler l'apport de panneaux photovoltaïques et on va pouvoir aussi doubler son autonomie batterie. Donc ça, c'est par rapport au MyGrid. Et après, on a un autre système qui est aussi cœur de gamme et qui est au catalogue, qui est un système standardisé, on va dire. C'est la remorque hybride. Donc là-dessus, en fait, c'est une remorque, on a deux puissances possibles, soit du 3 kVA, soit du 5 kVA. Et là-dessus, ce qu'on va voir, c'est des panneaux solaires. Donc on a 3 panneaux de 400 watts crête, 1200 watts crête à l'heure actuelle. On a un groupe électrogène et on a le module. Donc le module avec l'électronique de puissance et les batteries. Ça, l'avantage, c'est que ça peut être déployé extrêmement rapidement. On n'a pas de branchement à faire, déjà sur cette partie-là. Le seul branchement qui restera à faire, c'est juste tirer un câble de l'unité au tableau électrique, où on peut directement s'alimenter dessus. Donc ça permet vraiment de déployer une alimentation très rapidement. Le fait qu'elle soit mobile, ça permet aussi, voilà, si on ne veut pas laisser le système sur place, de l'emmener ailleurs, etc. Par contre, on est limité effectivement que jusqu'à 5 kVA en termes de puissance. Et tout est intégré, donc voilà. Et ça permet, voilà, en plus de pouvoir voir l'hybridation en soi, c'est-à-dire le groupe, lui, au niveau de ce système-là, comme dans tous les autres systèmes hybrides, il ne va démarrer qu'à 2 conditions. Si jamais les panneaux ne peuvent pas fournir suffisamment et que les batteries baissent à un niveau critique, le groupe va démarrer pour alimenter le besoin, ou s'il y a un pic de puissance au niveau de l'installation. C'est-à-dire si je dépasse une certaine puissance, le groupe démarrera pour aider la machine à alimenter cette puissance. Et forcément, en fait, le groupe est toujours surdimensionné par rapport à la machine. Donc, si on a du 5 kVA ici, on va avoir généralement un groupe de 10. Donc, l'avantage aussi, c'est que si on a des équipements qui ont besoin de fonctionner avec plus de 5 kVA de puissance, on va pouvoir l'alimenter directement à partir du groupe. Après, voilà, c'est un des avantages aussi du système. C'est qu'on a un produit de 2 en 1. On a du 5, on va dire 5 kVA hybride et 10 kVA en groupe seul. Au niveau de l'autre gamme de produits, donc là, on est plutôt sur la gamme sur mesure. Donc là-dessus, comme je vous disais, c'est plutôt des systèmes conteneurs. Donc on reste toujours sur le même concept. c'est des systèmes qui sont toujours tous pré-câblés, prêts à être installés. Dans les gammes de produits qu'on va avoir en conteneur, on va avoir du conteneur de 10 pieds, 20 pieds ou 40 pieds. On a une petite particularité, c'est la gamme Green Module. Le Green Module, lui, c'est un conteneur 10 pieds avec les batteries, l'électronique de puissance, et à l'intérieur du groupe, du conteneur, pardon, on trouve le groupe électrogène. Donc le groupe électrogène, lui, voilà, il est intégré au groupe. Donc là, c'est vraiment une unité qu'on vient qu'on pose. On déploie le champ de panneaux photovoltaïques et derrière, on peut alimenter, on va dire, on a une alimentation électrique. Après, on a une autre gamme, c'est ce qu'on appelle les Green Station et les Mega Green. Là, les conteneurs sont uniquement dédiés à la partie électronique de puissance et batterie. Et pour le groupe est à l'extérieur. Le groupe est à l'extérieur, les panneaux et autres sources d'énergie sont à l'extérieur, voilà, pour le déploiement. Au niveau des avantages du système, donc on va dire que ça, c'est les avantages surtout par rapport à la gamme MyGrid. Voilà. Le fait que le système déjà soit évolutif. Donc là, on va rentrer dans des notions de CAPEX et d'OPEX. Donc simplement, voilà, le CAPEX, c'est l'investissement en termes de capital. L'OPEX, c'est tout ce qui est opération, les dépenses annuelles, les maintenances, etc. Donc aujourd'hui, de toute façon, pour produire une électricité, le moins cher en termes de CAPEX, c'est le groupe électrogène. On trouvera pas il n'y a pas moins cher à l'heure actuelle en termes d'investissement initial. Par contre, au niveau de l'OPEX, quand on ajoute les frais de carburant, on ajoute les frais de maintenance et on ajoute les renouvellements de groupe, l'OPEX reste assez élevé. Il faut savoir qu'un groupe, un 3000 tours minute, il est donné pour à peu près 500 heures, quoi. Donc en fait, sur une année, il faut renouveler déjà le groupe, pas 500 heures, pardon. Il est donné pour 6000 heures, pardon. 6000 heures. C'est les maintenances qu'on doit faire toutes les 500 heures. Donc un groupe, il faut le renouveler à peu près tous les ans. Un groupe de 3000 tours minute. Un groupe de 1500 tours minute, c'est 15 000 heures, et là, on renouvelle le groupe tous les 2 ans, s'il doit tourner 24 heures sur 24. Donc voilà, ça c'est ce qu'on veut dire par ces notions de CAPEX et d'OPEX. Par contre, à partir du moment où on va venir ajouter, par exemple, un module avec des batteries, ce même groupe, en fait, on va pouvoir le faire évoluer, et là, on vient jouer en fait sur l'OPEX, car le groupe va uniquement démarrer quand les batteries seront vides ou quand il y aura un pic de puissance. Et en fait, l'autre avantage, c'est que vu qu'on a des profils de charge qui sont en sinusoïdal, en fait, on a des pics et des creux. L'avantage, c'est quand le groupe tourne, quand il va alimenter très très peu de charge, par exemple une ampoule, un frigo, etc., l'énergie résiduelle se recharge les batteries, en fait. Donc, toute l'énergie que produit le groupe est utilisée. Soit elle va dans le consommateur, soit elle va au niveau, on va dire, de la recharge batterie. Donc derrière, ça permet déjà de faire chuter la consommation de carburant, et qui dit moins de temps de groupe, dit durée de vie du groupe rallongée. Et derrière, on peut effectivement, par les systèmes, par exemple MyGrid, rajouter encore des panneaux photovoltaïques qui vont faire que le groupe va encore moins tourner. Parce que voilà, le groupe va uniquement tourner quand les panneaux ne seront pas suffisants ou quand il y aura un pic de puissance. Et là, effectivement, on fait encore baisser l'OPEX. Le renouvellement de groupe se retrouve encore, on va encore prolonger la vie de groupe un peu plus. Voilà, ça permet en fait de vraiment lisser les investissements. Et effectivement, l'étape ultime, mais bon, ça va être de passer sur du 100% énergie renouvelable, donc uniquement avec panneaux photovoltaïques. Mais là, le souci qu'il y a en fait, c'est qu'on a un très gros capital à investir, et surtout que pour couvrir, on va dire, dans certains pays, bon, tout dépend selon les saisons, en fait, là où la saisonnalité impose, en fait, on a une grosse variabilité de périodes solaires, de temps de soleil par an. Donc, voilà, par exemple, en hiver, on va avoir beaucoup moins de soleil, en tout cas sous les latitudes européennes, on va avoir beaucoup moins de soleil qu'en été. Donc, du coup, ça oblige à avoir beaucoup de panneaux pour couvrir 2 ou 3 mois dans l'année. Les 2 ou 3 mois d'hiver, où est-ce qu'on aura moins de soleil, il va falloir multiplier les panneaux pour réussir à avoir 24 heures sur 24 de l'électricité. Alors que sur cette configuration-là, on va pouvoir avoir moins de panneaux et le peu d'heures où on n'aura pas de soleil, c'est le groupe qui prendra le relais. Et donc, l'avantage aussi du système que nous on a, c'est qu'on peut s'adapter à des groupes existants. Donc, les gens qui ont des groupes existants peuvent les utiliser en intégrant un des systèmes. On peut faire aussi le chemin inverse, c'est-à-dire des gens qui ont déjà une installation photovoltaïque mais qui ne suffit pas, on peut venir compléter avec un groupe. Donc ça permet vraiment aussi de lisser un peu lisser l'investissement. On peut commencer par mettre des batteries, rajouter des panneaux derrière. Et c'est pareil, le fait que le système soit évolutif, on peut lisser aussi son investissement par rapport à ça. C'est-à-dire, plutôt que si on n'est pas obligé de prendre 10 kVA dans le cas, par exemple, où on ne sait pas si on va avoir plus de besoins ou pas, on peut commencer par un 5 et après, éventuellement, rajouter un module, comme je vous disais, pour lisser. Donc, d'où voilà, les puissances et l'autonomie, ça correspond à ça, au fait de pouvoir rajouter des modules les uns aux autres. L'autre avantage du système, c'est qu'il est adaptable. Donc, c'est ce que je disais tout à l'heure, on peut s'adapter à des installations existantes, donc à un groupe existant ou du solaire existant. Et on peut aussi s'adapter à l'espace dont on dispose, notamment pour la partie solaire. C'est-à-dire, des gens qui sont limités juste à une toiture, par exemple, on va pouvoir mettre quand même des panneaux solaires. Ces panneaux solaires en eux-mêmes ne pourront jamais alimenter toute l'installation, mais par contre, ils vont pouvoir apporter une énergie verte dans l'alimentation électrique. Et le reste sera complété par le groupe. Et enfin, au niveau troisième avantage, on va pouvoir dire que c'est plutôt la pérennité du système. En fait, nous, des systèmes qu'on conçoit, on les conçoit avec des composants qui existent sur le marché. Donc nous, on est des intégrateurs. On est des intégrateurs, ce que l'on fait, c'est qu'on va pouvoir prendre les différents composants qu'on trouve sur le marché, on va schématiser le système, le câbler, le configurer, le tester pour que, une fois sur place, l'installateur, lui, n'ait juste qu'à câbler les champs, les panneaux solaires et faire le raccordement de la machine au groupe. Il y a 2 câbles à tirer. Normalement, il y a un câble de puissance, un câble de commande. Et le dernier câble à tirer, ça sera pour alimenter le tableau électrique. Mais par contre, le but, c'est vraiment d'avoir un système qui est réparable. C'est-à-dire, si demain, il y a un souci sur la machine, ces composants se trouvent n'importe où. On peut les trouver mondialement. Au niveau de l'EMI, l'EMI, lui, nous permet de paramétrer en fait ces différents composants. Donc en fait, ces composants, effectivement, si demain les gens les achètent les uns aux autres, ils ont ce qu'on appelle un paramétrage de base. Mais le paramétrage de base, il peut provoquer des coupures de courant, il peut provoquer des surchauffes de certains composants et donc on réduit la durée de vie, etc. Du coup, voilà, ça fait que l'EMI, lui, ce qu'il aide, c'est vraiment à paramétrer le système de la façon la plus stable possible pour garantir une durée de vie des différents composants et proroger, disons plutôt avoir un fonctionnement stable, qu'il n'y ait pas de coupure électrique, que le système s'autoprotège, etc. Et enfin, le fait d'être en hybride, notamment quand on a 2 sources d'énergie, c'est la pluralité de sources. C'est-à-dire, demain, j'ai un problème sur un groupe électrogène, j'ai toujours mes panneaux solaires ou vice-versa. Et dans le pire des cas, il nous reste l'énergie qui est stockée sur batterie qu'on pourra gérer au mieux pour le temps de réparer, quoi. Et enfin, bon, voilà, le système est plug and play, c'est ce que je vous disais, c'est un système qui est vraiment pensé pour être le plus simple possible. Le plus simple possible pour être déployé, en fait. Donc là, bon, voilà, c'est quelques illustrations de ce qu'on a déjà fait. Donc là, on a des exemples de green module. Donc ça a été vendu à l'armée française, qui est déployé. C'est un système qui est déployé en Jordanie. Donc, comme je vous disais, la facilité, c'est vraiment le plug and play. C'est-à-dire pour eux, ce qui était important, c'était d'avoir…
Monsieur Youssef,
oui,
il vous reste très peu de minutes. Hein. Nous avons fait un
j'ai
message.
fini, c'est la dernière slide.
Merci beaucoup.
Donc voilà, ce que je vous disais, c'est déploiement très rapide. Là-dessus, ils ont en fait des panneaux solaires avec bac qui peuvent déployer sur terrain très rapidement pour avoir une alimentation hybride en très peu de temps en intégrant du renouvelable. Là, les MyGrid, ça c'est les anciennes versions. Elles sont outdoor, les nouvelles ne sont pas outdoor, donc il faudrait un local, mais on peut voir en fait ici le fonctionnement en 2 modules. Donc avec 5 plus 5, 10, le fonctionnement des deux machines ensemble. Et la remorque, voilà, c'est une remorque qui peut aussi être déployée en produits de location, notamment pour les BTP, pour les gens qui font des travaux publics. Ça leur permet des gros gains en termes de carburant, ou pour de l'événementiel, etc., ou tout simplement pour alimenter des sites isolés, voilà, selon ce qu'on veut faire. Donc pour ma part, voilà, j'ai terminé. Le but de la présentation, comme je vous disais, nous, on est une start-up. On recherche éventuellement des partenaires avec lesquels travailler sur différents pays d'Afrique. On a, voilà, selon les pays, on n'a pas forcément de partenaires, donc n'hésitez pas, en tout cas, à nous recontacter si vous avez des intérêts ou si vous connaissez des gens qui seraient éventuellement intéressés pour travailler, voilà, au développement de l'électrification dans différents pays. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour, bonjour tout le monde. Je suis content de participer à cette 5e édition des Tropiques Business. Moi, c'est Dieudonné au Congo, au TT. Je suis en République démocratique du Congo. Je suis le coordonnateur de l'initiative 100% Jeunes pour le développement. Et aujourd'hui, je m'aimerais beaucoup plus m'entretenir avec vous, comme cela a été indiqué dans les programmes, sur l'agriculture au service du développement. Parce que avec ma structure, l'initiative 100% Jeunes pour le développement, c'est une structure qui encadre les jeunes dans l'entrepreneuriat du secteur agricole. L'objectif, c'est d'amener plus de jeunes à entreprendre dans les secteurs de l'agriculture, qui est souvent négligé en Afrique. Et pourtant, c'est un secteur qui peut apporter beaucoup sur le plan de développement. Et souvent, la question est celle de savoir quelle contribution l'agriculture peut-elle faire au développement. Et d'entrée de jeu, je peux vous dire que le secteur agricole peut conjointement à d'autres secteurs accélérer la croissance, réduire la pauvreté et préserver durablement l'environnement. Parce que l'agriculture contribue au développement à 3 niveaux. Tout d'abord, en tant qu'activité économique, aussi en tant que moyen de subsistance et en tant que source de services environnementaux. En tant qu'activité économique, l'agriculture peut alimenter la croissance de l'économie nationale. L'agriculture peut offrir des opportunités d'investissement au secteur privé et être le principal moteur des industries apparentées. C'est ce que nous faisons au niveau de l'initiative 100% Jeunes pour le développement. Nous avons l'habitude de créer dans les milieux ruraux ce que nous appelons des domaines agricoles communautaires et vulgairement, ici en RDC, nous appelons les centres Bilanga. Les centres Bilanga Lingala pour dire les champs. Et c'est là où nous recrutons les jeunes, nous les formons sur l'État, c'est-à-dire ils apprennent comment faire la culture de produits vivriers et maraîchers, ils apprennent à la pêche, ils apprennent l'élevage et comment créer une entreprise dans le secteur agricole. Ça, c'est ce qui est plus important parce que c'est ce qui va amener le jeune à contribuer à la croissance de l'économie nationale. Et l'agriculture, comme je venais de le dire tout à l'heure, là, en tant qu'activité économique, permet d'offrir des opportunités d'investissement au secteur privé. C'est-à-dire, plus il y a des gens qui investissent ou qui entreprennent dans le secteur agricole, plus on va avoir les entreprises qui vont naître dans le secteur privé. Il y aura plus parce qu'avec la chaîne de valeur, on peut créer plusieurs entreprises. Ici, nous avons l'expérience, je peux le dire tout à l'heure là, nous venions d'assister à une activité de femmes entrepreneurs qui ont investi dans les maniocs. Hein, il y a eu ceux qui ont fait le champ de manioc et avec la chaîne de valeur, on est arrivé à produire des farines de manioc. Et ces farines qui est consommée aujourd'hui dans les marchés congolais à un prix réduit et c'est à la satisfaction de tout le monde en fait. Parce que l'un des besoins physiologiques, sinon le plus important pour l'homme, c'est celui de sécuriser son alimentation. Et en tant que moyen de subsistance, l'agriculture offre un moyen de subsistance à 86% des populations rurales. Dans les milieux ruraux, si vous y allez, vous allez trouver que la plupart des personnes qui y vivent de l'agriculture. Et ils constituent probablement 86% des ménages qui ne vivent ou qui subsistent grâce à l'agriculture. Donc c'est un élément très important, l'agriculture, pour le développement. Si non seulement les gouvernements, mais aussi les différents partenaires s'y mettaient ou y apportaient beaucoup plus d'importance, l'agriculture peut beaucoup amener pour le développement de l'Afrique. Et aussi, en tant que source de services environnementaux, le troisième point par lequel l'agriculture agit au développement, c'est dans les services environnementaux. Grâce à l'agriculture, on arrive à faire la fixation de carbone, qui est très important pour l'environnement. Actuellement, tout le monde se plaint de le réchauffement climatique et autres, tout ça. Mais grâce à l'agriculture, on peut arriver à faire la fixation de carbone, la gestion des bassins et aussi préserver la biodiversité. Quand bien même, on reproche aussi à l'agriculture, souvent lorsqu'il y a l'utilisation abusive des ressources naturelles, de détruire aussi et de participer au réchauffement climatique. Et c'est là où les gouvernements dans nos pays africains, moi je suis en RDC, les pays subsahariens, nos gouvernements devaient beaucoup plus intervenir pour que les relations entre les relations entre l'agriculture, la protection des ressources naturelles et l'environnement puissent faire partie intégrante de l'action menée pour mettre l'agriculture vraiment au service du développement. Donc, les trois points que je venais de citer, nous l'expérimentons ici en RDC avec l'initiative 100% Jeunes au travers les domaines agricoles communautaires que nous mettons dans les milieux ruraux et qui donnent des résultats satisfaisants. Nous arrivons à recruter les jeunes y arrivent, ils apprennent au bout d'une année comment ils peuvent créer une entreprise dans le secteur agricole, tout en cultivant bien sûr, et les produits de leur travail, parce qu'ils cultivent en même temps qu'ils sont en train d'apprendre, ces produits-là nous permettent à leur octroyer des petits moyens, si je peux le dire ainsi, en termes de crédit pour lancer leurs entreprises dans le secteur agricole. Et dans les milieux où nous avons expérimenté cela ici en RDC, nous avons vu des villages, pour ne pas dire des petits territoires, nous avons vu comment ces villages-là a permis à ce que les jeunes puissent s'épanouir. Donc, si on prenait le même modèle pour le calquer au niveau national, pourquoi pas au niveau régional et au niveau international, nous pouvons dire que l'agriculture peut vraiment aider nos pays qui vivent dans le sud du Sahara à se développer. Donc, mais cependant, il y a lieu de noter que la manière dont l'agriculture favorise le développement diffère d'un pays à un autre, selon la façon dont chaque pays l'utilise pour alimenter sa croissance et réduire la pauvreté. Parce que nous avons des pays à vocation agricole, nous avons des pays en mutation, des pays urbanisés. Les trois types de pays n'utilisent pas la même manière ou la même méthode pour favoriser le développement à partir de l'agriculture. Donc, la croissance agricole a un impact spécial sur la réduction de la pauvreté dans toutes ces catégories de pays. Parce que les estimations effectuées sur un échantillon de pays montrent que la croissance du PIB due à l'agriculture contribue au moins 2 fois plus à réduire la pauvreté que la croissance du PIB due au secteur non agricole. Et ça s'est démontré même en Chine. En Chine, la croissance globale générée par l'agriculture a contribué, selon les estimations, à 3,5% plus que les autres secteurs. Donc, on a constaté une réduction de pauvreté à ce niveau-là, donc à 3,5% par le PIB dû à l'agriculture. Donc, c'est vraiment très important, que ce soit en Amérique latine ou en Inde. Et d'ailleurs, je peux même parler du Ghana parce que récemment, la forte réduction de la pauvreté qu'on a constatée au niveau du Ghana a été induite en grande partie par la croissance du secteur agricole enregistrée au niveau des ménages ruraux. Donc, parce que je ne vais pas prendre beaucoup de temps, je vais me résumer. L'agriculture est très, très importante pour le développement. Il faudrait qu'il y ait beaucoup plus de gens ou beaucoup plus des structures, des organisations qui puissent inciter les jeunes à entreprendre dans le secteur agricole, surtout dans nos pays sous-développés, le pays en développement. Nous pouvons utiliser ces potentiels que nous avons. Le cas de mon pays en RDC, plus de 120 millions d'hectares de terres arables sont là. Ça peut vraiment aider à ce qu'on puisse booster l'agriculture et à partir de l'agriculture, la croissance qui est liée à l'agriculture va réduire sensiblement la pauvreté et nous pouvons voir les populations ou les ménages qui vivent dans les milieux ruraux s'épanouir grâce à l'agriculture. Donc voilà en résumé ma petite intervention parce que je n'avais pas beaucoup à dire, mais je voudrais beaucoup plus insister là-dessus parce que nous avons l'expérience, nous avons tenté avec un échantillon de jeunes ici sur place en République démocratique du Congo et nous avons vu les résultats très positifs. Donc, il ne reste qu'à prendre ces résultats que nous avons essayé avec l'échantillon des jeunes à les transposer à l'échelle nationale ou à l'échelle régionale, pourquoi pas à l'échelle continentale, pour voir l'Afrique se développer et aller de l'avant. Donc voilà, merci beaucoup pour l'attention que vous avez manifestée à cette intervention. Bonne continuité et de bonnes choses à l'équipe qui a organisé ce grand forum. Merci, bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Modupe Adeyinka-Oni. I am an educator and I've been working with children in the nursery and primary school space for upwards of 3.5 decades. And I love my job. I love working with children. And today I'm here to share my thoughts on practical ways to instill entrepreneurial mindsets in our young children. But before I get into my topic, I think I need to thank the TROPICS Business Summit for all that they're doing. It has been an amazing 2 days, and I'm really happy to be associated with you. Now, Africa is the youngest continent in terms of our demography, age-wise, in terms of the number of children between the ages of under 15, even under 35. At under 35, we have 95.1 million. At under 15, we have about 40% of the world's population. That says a lot for our future. That tells us that they are the future. Now, entrepreneurship is what the world is telling us that is going to bring about change in our economy. But with this whopping number of children, we find that beyond education, that we still have problems getting our children to launch into careers. What do I mean by that? Recently, I came upon a syndrome. Well, not a syndrome in that sense. It's called the failure to launch syndrome. And it is this area that I want to talk about today. So we as parents have brought up our children different from the way we were brought up, and that is a good thing. But at the same time, in doing this, we have taken something away from them because we were inspired, we were driven by what we saw our parents do. We were driven to do better. We were driven to aspire. We were driven to dream, not because our parents were failures, not because they weren't doing well, but because of the way in which we were brought up. So young girls were taught how to do the chores in the home. The young men in the villages were sent to the farms. At the end of the day, we still had to go to school. We were taught hobbies, and these hobbies, we actually, in some way, practicalize them and we put them in the market. So buying and selling in our generation started very early. Putting our skills out there for cash was something we did very early. But now we are seeing a generation of children, well-educated, some of them, highly skilled, some of them, but somehow the pathway to entrepreneurship is stunted. It's stunted not because they don't know what to do or they don't have ideas, but taking ideas and drilling them down into businesses is something that they find challenging. And they're at home with us. And yes, they might be in jobs and they're happy with their jobs, but dissatisfied with their salaries. But at the same time, the world is saying that we need more than one stream of income. And so these multiple streams of income emerge from our hobbies, our skills, our talents, and what we have learned outside of our classrooms. But what are we seeing as the challenge? We're seeing children, some of them going into university because they've been somewhat indulged by their parents because they get everything they need. Parents, we felt that we needed to give these children things to show that we love them. But I remember somebody saying to me that anything to spoil a child is sold in the shops. But discipline that brings about perseverance, that brings about hard work, that teaches children to focus on goals and attain them, that teaches them strength and reliance. These things are not taught, they are experienced. And so when we give our children things and we're not placing a demand for some kind of reward system that other than academics, our children are laid back. Now, laid back children do not make great entrepreneurs. Hungry children make great entrepreneurs. And hungry doesn't have to mean hunger because they're hungry. What it means is that children are hungry for success. If our children from an early age have learned to ideate, create, recreate, adapt, reuse, recycle, all of these things. Somewhere along the way, they are inspired to want to do more. At this point, let me share the story of Ryan. Ryan is a young man in Canada. At the age of 7, he discovered that there were people in Africa who didn't have drinking water. And this 7-year-old decided he wanted to fundraise for a well. Well, with all his efforts, Ryan went out there and he did chores in his home. He said to his mom, well, don't give me things anymore. Let me work for it. So he took the trash out. He raked in the leaves. He washed plates. He cleared the table. He made his bed. And for all these things, his parents gave him $1, $2. And at the end of a period of time, he felt he had enough money. And he went to the office of the organization to pay for his well because he wanted a well with his name on it. Sadly, when he got there, he found out that his money was not enough. He needed, I think, 100 times that amount. And so Ryan simply said to his mom, well, it means I need to go and work harder. And then the people in his neighborhood, in his community in Canada, heard about Ryan and they all joined him. And Ryan built a well. And guess what? He was 7. He built a well in Africa. Today, Ryan's Wells Foundation has 151 wells built in Africa, 1,200 pit latrines in Africa, and he has affected over 1 million people. He started this at age 7. So let's ask ourselves, what are we doing with our children at age 7? We still think they're children. We still think they should be pampered. We still think that things should be done for them. But we need to show our children that in life, to get something, you have to give something. And so we have to teach them, even in our homes, that they need to do chores. And from doing chores, they grow into finding ideas. What can I do to make more money? We need to change the conversations that we're having with them. We need to help them to understand that entrepreneurship is a way of life. We need to help them and guide them in the conversations they have and the things they watch. And even when we watch these things with them, we actually need to sit down and have conversations around it. Questions that will bring out their curiosity. What do you think we could do here? What if? How can? Now, of course, we know the 5 whys. Why is this way? Why? What should we do better? Whatever, let's ask questions. Let's get our children thinking, because in thinking, we begin to show them the way towards having an entrepreneurial tomorrow. Africa has the children. And while I say Africa, this problem is not just an African problem. Failure to launch is all over. Many people have ideas, but they sit upon the ideas. They believe that it's not yet perfect. It needs more work. But what we need to say is that it's never going to be perfect, because Apple was never perfect when they started it. But today, so many people are carrying products of Apple. Our children in Africa are smart. We see them go abroad. The way they are taught, their curriculum, the teaching pedagogy, and everything about what they're doing makes our children who go there become entrepreneurial. We need to look at what they're doing and bring it back. We need to get our helicopter parents to stop trying to protect their children from the mistakes they made. Because in making mistakes, we are rising up. If you don't fail, you will never stand up to try again. I remember I had a young boy in my school. From primary 1 to primary 6, he was always top of his class. He took an exam into a great secondary school. He came top and was awarded a scholarship. And he went off to this school believing that, oh, this is my dream. But he got to the school, because it was a highly competitive school, there were many children like him. And so when he did the first set of exams, he didn't come first. And that was a problem. He hadn't experienced it before, and so he had to learn to accept that I'm not going to be the best always in life, but I can aspire to be the best tomorrow. And so I need to rise up from how I feel and go for it. The problem our children have today that is depriving them of being entrepreneurial is they don't have the go-get-it spirit. And it's not about poverty alone. It's about sometimes being too comfortable because mummies and daddies are too busy providing. I'm not saying you shouldn't provide for your children. Of course, as parents, that is what we're obligated to do. But maybe the way we provide for our children should change. Maybe it should be a reward system. So I need you to set up a company, and I need you to be the CEO of your child's company. I need you to give them roles within your company, and I need you to get them to execute and make that company run. And when it is running, step out of the CEO role and give it to the children. You've done them a big favor. Let the children stop thinking about my inheritance. Children in primary school talk about my driver, my this, my that. Are they really their drivers? Let your children know that you have lived your life, and the life you're living today is because you worked hard, and that they need to work hard. Let's help our boys to understand that being a man is working hard. Being a man is being a provider. Being a man is showing the family what needs to happen. Young ladies have one advantage. Because they grew up groomed by their moms to either be businesswomen as well as go to school, to cook as well as go to school, to take care of the young ones as well as go to school, they have become a little bit more resilient, and they can multitask. Boys, on the other hand, have been brought up, not to anybody's fault, but they've been brought up to go to school, to become a big man, to marry a wife, and to be a father. That is a problem for our children. We're talking about mental health. Mental health comes about because a young man, a young woman begins to feel, I am not accomplished in life. The accomplishment they want, they are measuring against your accomplishment, but you're not telling them what you did to get there. They just see you in your place, your successful place, and the journey is missing. So what we need to do is go back and get our parents first to begin to rethink their parenting, to reshape it, to make them understand that I love you, my child, but this future, this life I live is mine. You are the author and the creator of yours. The Bible says, teach your child the way of the Lord, and when he grows up, he won't depart from it. It's not just about the word of God now. It's about everything that pertains to life and godliness. And that is where we come in. Parents, educators, government, we need to rethink and reshape our curriculum and put entrepreneurship in the center. So in my school, what am I doing? I've talked in a previous conversation about the small spaces farms that I'm trying to teach children to actually begin to execute by themselves. But beyond that, again, because my background is creative, I studied art, and I have a thriving art department in my school. I said to my art teacher, you know what we're going to do? We're going to encourage the children to push through and finish their projects. And when they finish the projects, we're going to put them in frames, and we're going to put them on the walls, and we're going to put a price on it. And for everyone that is sold, we're going to divide the money into 3 parts. 1 part goes to the child. And when that child begins to see that the work of my hands can actually give me something valuable, money, they will take the art more seriously. In that way, I would be putting more artists into the entrepreneurship space tomorrow. So, in closing, I'd like to say this. Parents, if you truly love your children, let's develop the entrepreneurial spirit in them. Because when you are gone, that is what they have. All the money you are making today has no impact on them if they don't have financial literacy and if they don't know how to run your businesses. I can't remember the name of the media guru, but I know I read about one who starts his children off in the mail room. Let's copy that. They start in the mailroom, delivering letters to the various CEOs and to the various departments, and they rise up in the ladder. There's also the story of this sheikh in Dubai, who has the one of the most expensive, thriving hotel chains. So he brought his son in as a CEO, and he couldn't cope. He kicked him out. He fired him. And when he was fired, he went back to his dad and said, "Why did you fire me?" Because he said, "You're going to spoil all my other stuff. Because if you do the things like you're doing, coming to school late and coming to work late, like you're doing now, then my staff will not come to meetings on time." And so when the boy was ready to come back, he sent his son back to the kitchen. And he started in the kitchen, and he worked his way up through all the departments before finally he was brought back into the boardroom. And when he arrived back in the boardroom, he had transformed from being the son of a rich man into a businessman who understood the business of his father, and he was now ready to step into those shoes. So I hope I have been able to share some things with you. Entrepreneurship is our future. Our children are gifted, they are talented, they have everything it takes. But we, as parents, as educators, and even grandparents, they're a problem sometimes. Let's take the helicopter style of, and let's stop thinking that our children are going to do what we have done. Many of the children today do not want to step into their parents' shoes. We have to accept it. My children don't want to step into my shoes as an educator. And so it's my business to either find a successor or sell my business when I'm tired of running it. But thinking that your children automatically will step into it is not going to work. There's so many children going to university, dropping their certificates for their parents, and moving on to do what they want to do. Those ones are the brave ones. They're not many, but there are many more who are frustrated doing things that they really don't like to do because mommy and daddy had said it was good for them, and they are having issues of mental health. They cannot cope. They're not staying in their families. I hope that having listened to me, I might have been able to help one person who has a teenager and many who have young children between the ages of 5 and 11 to actually rethink, reshape, redo what we are doing for our children, because it is what we sow today that is going to come back to us tomorrow as the adults. Question is, the way we're doing it now, are we going to be proud of the adults that come back to us? Thank you very much to Tropics Business Summit. I hope that I have been able to share something worthwhile, and thank you very much for having me. I don't think there's an opportunity for questions, but if anybody would like to ask me questions or reach out to me, I'm sure that you can ask Tropics Business Summit, and they'll give you my emails. Thank you very, very much. God bless you.
Bonjour. Merci pour le micro. J'espère que vous m'entendez. Bonjour à tous. Merci de me passer la parole. Je voudrais commencer par remercier Madame Stella Guino pour ce sommet. Comme disait M. Stanislas Zézé, nous avons besoin en Afrique d'échanger de plus en plus sur les divers thèmes et c'est des idées que jaillira la lumière. Donc, je suis Yannick Achilfong, je suis ingénieur financier de formation et je suis financial data analyst de métier. Donc, aujourd'hui, je voudrais vous parler du private equity sur le thème How to guarantee return for private equity venture in Africa and Caribbean. Donc, mon sujet, je l'ai divisé en 4 parties, c'est-à-dire il y a 2 parties liées au PNL, ce qu'on appelle profit and loss, ou bien le risque et la rentabilité, et la partie 1 et 4 qui sont l'introduction et la conclusion. Donc, je vais commencer déjà par définir c'est quoi le private equity. Donc, c'est un mode de financement des entreprises et aussi un mode d'investissement pour les investisseurs qui permet à chacun, à la fois à l'entreprise d'avoir des ressources de long terme à bon prix et aussi à l'investisseur d'avoir des placements à long terme. Donc, l'intérêt pour l'investisseur, c'est de pouvoir éviter ce qu'on appelle le risque de réinvestissement, c'est-à-dire éviter de placer ses ressources à court terme et qu'au moment de devoir les replacer à nouveau, que les taux aient baissé ou bien qu'il ait une cible beaucoup moins rassurante que la précédente. Donc, c'est la raison pour laquelle le private equity, qui est le gagnant-gagnant, se développe assez rapidement dans le monde. Donc, l'exemple, en fait, pour le private equity, je prendrais l'exemple de l'Europe, où tout est déjà bien structuré pour un peu définir. Donc, il y a des institutions qui sont chargées d'encadrer ces métiers, de les accompagner et aussi de les réguler. Donc, on a des organismes comme l'ACPR, dans l'autorité de contrôle prudentiel et de résiliation. On a aussi l'AMF, l'autorité des marchés financiers, la Banque européenne, Banque centrale européenne, les ministères des Finances. Il y a aussi un cadre législatif, donc le droit, qui est le code monétaire et financier, qui est plus stable. Et chaque année, on a la loi des finances qui essaie de réguler l'activité du private equity. Comme partenaire, on a les agences de notation comme Fitch Ratings, comme Moody's, comme Standard & Poor's, qui sont chargées chacune de fournir les informations financières pour les investisseurs, c'est-à-dire de fournir une notation pour apprécier la signature de l'entreprise dans laquelle on va investir, ou bien au contraire de fournir un encadrement, c'est-à-dire si je vais investir dans une entreprise C et qui a pour fournisseur l'entreprise A et l'entreprise D, donc le rating me permet d'apprécier la qualité des signatures des fournisseurs et des clients pour essayer de voir si l'entreprise qui est intermédiaire, qui est au milieu, peut avoir de la solidité. Donc, si on a par exemple un A+ à l'intervalle gauche et un A+ à l'intervalle B, c'est différent de si on avait un B- à l'intervalle droit et B- à l'intervalle B. Donc, c'est en ça en fait que la notation est intéressante pour l'investissement dans le private equity. Donc, on a aussi les agences d'information comme Bloomberg, comme Asolus, comme AGFI, qui, eux, sont chargés de collecter les données financières des établissements de toute forme, de les agréger et de mettre à disposition des investisseurs. C'est-à-dire, si tu veux savoir c'était quoi le bilan de telle entreprise en telle année, tu vas dans ces sites, ils sont capables de te donner à la fois le bilan, le ROI, en fait, tout ce qu'il y a comme données financières sur le marché, sur le client. Donc, on a aussi le private equity, ça se fait à partir de 3 vecteurs principaux. Donc, on a les actions, on a les obligations simples, et puis on a les obligations convertibles en actions. Donc, l'action donne le droit de propriété sur l'entreprise. Les obligations, c'est juste de la jouissance, c'est-à-dire tu investis et puis tu es rémunéré à fréquence donnée, peut-être annuelle ou bien biannuelle, donc ça dépend des contrats. Et puis, on a des obligations convertibles en actions qui, à la fois, initialement, sont les titres de jouissance, mais qui peuvent être transformés si le titulaire le veut, en fait. Si la personne qui a le portefeuille décide de transformer son obligation en action, il peut le faire. Donc, le private equity, ça se fait à travers des entreprises ou bien à titre personnel. Donc, on peut avoir des entreprises, des investissements direct où on va, à titre personnel, dans une entreprise, demander à investir dans le capital. On peut aussi passer par des OPCVM, donc des organismes de placement commun à valeur mobilière, qui ont deux principaux groupes qui sont les FPC, les fonds communs de placement, et les sociétés d'investissement à capitaux variables. Donc, ce sont les différentes formes juridiques avec les fonds d'investissement qui sont, eux, beaucoup plus costauds. Donc, lorsqu'on a beaucoup d'argent et qu'on n'a pas le métier d'investissement, on peut créer un fonds et le confier à un asset manager. Donc là, c'est beaucoup plus institutionnel, c'est beaucoup plus des gros capitaux. Et à côté, on a aussi pour les entreprises en démarrage, on a aussi des financements participatifs comme du crowdfunding, comme du ICO. Donc, ICO, c'est Initial Coin Offering, un mode de financement qui utilise les dernières technologies de blockchain. Donc, c'est des différentes formes juridiques. Et puis, on a aussi, chaque entreprise a des métiers. Donc, un fonds commun de placement peut se spécialiser peut-être dans le capital risque, ou bien dans le capital développement, ou bien dans la transmission, ce qui est un métier à gauche, en fonction du niveau d'évolution de l'entreprise. Parce que lorsqu'une entreprise vient de démarrer, elle est plus du côté du capital risque. Et lorsqu'elle est en phase de maturité, elle est dans le capital développement. Et lorsqu'on veut la transmettre, on est dans le capital transmission. Et là, ça intervient d'autres instruments financiers comme le LBO, comme les fusions-acquisitions, les scissions, en fait, différentes opérations en capital. Donc là, on a l'exemple de quelques entreprises de private equity en Afrique. On a ECP de NCIA, on a Africa Invest, Velocity Capital. Bon, ça, c'est juste un échantillon. Il y en a énormément. Côté statistique, dans des chiffres, on peut voir que l'Afrique n'a que 3% du volume global mondial du private equity. Donc, le volume mondial est estimé à 7 300 milliards de dollars en 2019 par le cabinet McKinsey. Et en Afrique, les entreprises PME ont un besoin de financement estimé par le FMI à 145 milliards de dollars. Mais ce qui est effectivement pourvu par les établissements financiers ou les systèmes financiers globalement, c'est uniquement 15 à 20 milliards de dollars. Donc, ce qui fait un gap important à combler et le private equity arrive comme un instrument idéal pour ça. Si vous regardez sur le tableau en bleu, donc vous allez voir la répartition des différentes répartition géographique et par métier. Vous allez voir tout en bas, vous allez voir buyout, venture capital et growth. Donc, ce qui m'intéresse, c'est le growth. Donc, c'est-à-dire les entreprises en démarrage. Vous verrez que le North America, dans l'Amérique du Nord, tout ce qui est États-Unis, Canada, ils ont le Mexique, ils ont 30% de départ. Vous verrez un peu plus haut, 8% qui est lié à l'Europe. Et vous avez 56% qui est lié à l'Asie. Donc, l'Asie, actuellement, c'est le coin du monde où les entreprises sont le plus en train de naître, où les entreprises mobilisent le plus de capitaux. Donc, ça veut dire que dans 10-15 ans, elles ne seront plus dans la colonne de growth, elles seront dans la colonne de venture capital et dans la colonne de buyout. Donc, cette courbe, en fait, va s'inverser. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est le North America qui a 61% de buyout, mais juste 30% de growth. Ce qui signifie que dans quelques années, sans l'inverse, en fait, dans les États-Unis seront plus dans du 30% de buyout et les Asiatiques dans du 60%. Donc, ce qui est assez intéressant. Donc là, on a, pour l'Afrique, les perspectives sont assez prometteuses parce qu'on a les taux de croissance importants en Afrique. Donc, selon le FMI, on estime qu'en 2050, on aura 2,2 milliards de consommateurs en Afrique. Bon, et dans le passé, on voit qu'il y a une grosse progression du taux de scolarisation. En 2000, on avait 17 pays qui avaient un taux de scolarisation supérieur à 80%. Et en 2017, on était passé à 30%. Donc, la scolarisation a carrément doublé sur le continent. L'électricité, pareil, on a la stabilité monétaire de plus en plus élevée des pays, les matières premières dont on comprend de plus en plus comment ça marche, la digitalisation qui ne fait qu'évoluer. Donc, on a vraiment une perspective très positive pour l'Afrique, pour le private equity. Donc là, on essaie de voir la rentabilité. Donc, le premier trio de chat, c'est la rentabilité qui est estimée à 14,6% pour le private equity. Pour la dette, donc les obligations, la rentabilité est estimée à 5,9%. Et pour le real estate, donc l'immobilier, on est à 9,8%. Donc, ça se voit que le private equity, non seulement c'est un investissement important, mais c'est aussi le plus rentable. Et naturellement, selon le couple risque-rentabilité, c'est aussi un peu plus risqué que le dette et le real estate. Donc là, les secteurs où on investit le plus sur le private equity en Afrique, on a le financial, le consumer discretionary, les consumer staples et les materials. Donc ça, c'est le secteur où on investit le plus. Et on estime qu'entre 2007 et 2014, on a eu des transactions de private equity de 34,5 milliards de dollars sur le continent, ce qui n'est pas mal, mais bon, il y a encore un chemin important à parcourir. Donc là, on a un échantillon de banques en Afrique, donc précisément en Afrique de l'Ouest, où on essaie de voir la rentabilité de ces entreprises. Donc, on constate que pour un capital de 10 milliards, on a des banques qui ont des rendements de 48 milliards, de 30 milliards, 17 milliards. Donc là, on se retrouve dans plus de 50% de ROE. Donc, du retour equity assez conséquent. Et puis, non seulement c'est conséquent, mais la croissance y est, parce que là, on voit à la dernière colonne de variation, on voit des plus 18%, plus 64%. Donc, le private equity a de beaux jours en Afrique si on s'y met. Donc là, on voit les différentes entreprises et leur croissance. Donc, le coût des entreprises sur la BVM, on voit du plus 917 pour Nestlé, Citab, BNAB et les autres entreprises comme Crown. Donc, la croissance y est encore une fois de plus, ce qui est très prometteur pour le private equity. Donc là, on a par exemple EcoBank qui a fait 8,48 milliards de francs CFA en Côte d'Ivoire pour l'année. Mais le plus important, c'est ce qui est plus à droite, le plus, ce sont 8%. Donc, non seulement il y a des résultats, mais en plus, les perspectives de croissance sont assez intéressantes. Donc là, on était sur la partie des rentabilités. Et naturellement, chaque fois qu'on parle de risque ou bien de rentabilité, on parle de risque et inversement. Là, on passe sur la partie des risques. Dans les différents risques du private equity en Afrique, on a le risque d'échange, le risque de liquidité, le risque financier et économique, le risque d'éviction des actionnaires. Et là, pour être plus précis, on a par exemple, dans le cadre du risque d'échange, on se rend compte, si vous observez les tableaux blancs plus en bas, tout au fond, vous allez voir 10 ans, on avait une volatilité de 132% pour le billet et la monnaie éthiopienne, une volatilité aussi importante pour le Naira et une volatilité tout aussi importante pour le CEDI. Ça, c'était il y a 10 ans. Mais si vous revenez beaucoup plus proche dans un an, vous allez voir qu'on a une volatilité de 6%, de 8% et de 5%. Donc, plus le temps passe, plus nos pays africains maîtrisent leur monnaie et moins on a de volatilité, donc moins de risques. Donc, ce qui est assez important pour réduire ce qu'on appelle le risque de change dans le private equity. Donc, le risque de change, ça intervient lorsque peut-être on veut rapatrier ses dividendes ou bien ça intervient lorsqu'on veut céder ses titres. On se rend compte que lorsqu'on fait les conversions, qu'on a perdu de l'argent. C'est comme ça qu'en 2020, la banque EcoBank a perdu 57 millions de dollars dans ses états financiers à cause de la crise parce que les monnaies comme le Naira ont dévissé et plusieurs autres sur le continent, sur les différents marchés où ils exercent, ont dévissé. Donc, ces 57 millions, ça représentait 8% de son résultat avant impôt et provision et 3% de ses fonds propres. Donc, c'est que peut coûter un risque de change, c'est assez important. Donc, là, on voit sur la droite, on voit que le métier de banque commerciale a perdu 16 millions, l'équivalent de 10% de son résultat. La banque des particuliers, 10 millions, l'équivalent de 13% de son résultat. La CIB, Corporate and Investment Banking, 31 millions de dollars sur l'année 2020. Et ces montants, en fait, ça représente carrément tout le bénéfice parce que EcoBank a eu un ROE, retour de l'équité de 0,3, c'est-à-dire proche de 0, avec une périté de change de 13%. Ça veut dire en fait que tout le bénéfice d'EcoBank pour l'année 2020 a été absorbé par la périté de change sur ces différents marchés. Donc, c'est d'où le risque de change est assez important parce que vous pouvez avoir un rendement et qui est totalement absorbé par les dévaluations et les dépréciations monétaires. Donc, les autres risques, on a le risque financier et économique, donc la fréquence des distributions. Comme ce sont des entreprises généralement en phase de démarrage, on ne distribue pas les dividendes de façon régulière. On a les abus de biens sociaux, le manque d'informations, la fiscalité qui est parfois agressive dans certains pays. On a les prix de transfert qui sont vraiment importants en Afrique. On a même la suivi des entreprises après les promoteurs. Statistiquement, on se rend compte que chaque fois qu'un promoteur, qu'un investisseur disparaît, l'entreprise a tendance aussi à battre de l'aile. Donc, c'est un risque aussi important. Et puis, on a aussi le risque de liquidité donc, lié à la cession des titres qui ne sont pas toujours efficients parce que le marché n'est pas très fourni. Donc, la liquidité du marché n'est pas organisée. Donc, ce qui est aussi un facteur un peu compliqué pour le private equity. Donc, ce que nous proposons, c'est de s'inspirer en fait des marchés développés comme la CPR, pour avoir des institutions qui peuvent agir sur le plan global en Afrique, une institution de réglementation, une institution de régulation des marchés, des agences de notation comme Stagis, mais de plus qui sont beaucoup plus, un rayon beaucoup plus élargi, donc qui peuvent travailler sur toute l'Afrique. Les agences d'information qui donnent les états financiers, parce qu'en Afrique, dans certains pays, pratiquement, c'est difficile d'avoir le suivi sur les états financiers, parce que pour des raisons parfois fiscales ou bien de gestion, ou bien qui sont propres aux promoteurs, ils sont très capricieux quant à la diffusion des informations. Donc, ça, c'est les propositions en fait pour essayer de réduire le risque de change. Et à côté, on peut essayer de mettre à disposition des États pour la gestion du risque de change. On essaie de créer un marché monétaire important où les États peuvent lever des devises chaque fois qu'ils en ont besoin pour essayer d'intervenir sur le marché pour stabiliser la monnaie, parce que nous aussi, on paie de l'autre côté si on ne les aide pas dans cette tâche-là. Donc, c'est pour certaines raisons en fait, que j'avais produit ce livre, Fondement du capital africain, capitalisme africain et réforme monétaire, pour essayer de revenir sur c'est quoi le capitalisme, c'est quoi l'environnement qu'il nous faut pour avoir les financements comme le pavé des petits, comme le LBO. Donc, c'est quoi l'environnement qu'il nous faut pour en fait développer notre pays. Donc, merci. S'il y a des questions, j'aimerais les prendre et je suis à votre écoute. Donc, s'il n'y a pas de questions, j'aimerais conclure en disant encore une fois merci à l'organisation pour ce sommet et j'espère que la prochaine fois, ce sera beaucoup plus étoffé. En fait, on essaiera de développer comme on peut pour que ce soit beaucoup plus, ça touche beaucoup plus de monde, parce que c'est vraiment, vraiment, vraiment intéressant de pouvoir faire ce sommet, de pouvoir partager avec les autres, de pouvoir développer ensemble des solutions pour essayer de créer des emplois en Afrique. Donc, merci à vous, merci d'avoir été là et à la prochaine.
Bonjour à tous. Bonjour. Alors aujourd'hui, nous allons parler de budgétiser. Budgétiser, oui, mais pourquoi? C'est la grande question. Déjà, avant de commencer, j'aimerais vraiment remercier toute l'équipe de TROPICS Business Summit pour cette opportunité qu'ils me donnent de pouvoir parler aujourd'hui d'une thématique qui me tient à cœur, qui est la gestion financière et le budget. Et vraiment, un grand merci et un grand bravo pour l'organisation de cette conférence. Alors, budgétiser, oui, mais pourquoi? J'aimerais commencer par ce chiffre, 40%. 40%, à quoi ça correspond? C'est le nombre de petites entreprises qui font faillite dans les 3 premières années après leur création. Et oui, c'est énorme. Lorsqu'on regarde bien, on se rend compte que ça représente presque une entreprise sur 2. Lorsqu'on va chercher à comprendre, mais qu'est-ce qui a causé la faillite de ces entreprises, on se rend compte que ces entreprises, pour beaucoup, ont un problème de gestion dans la trésorerie. Gestion de trésorerie puisqu'ils ont soit très peu de connaissances ou pas du tout de connaissances dans tout ce qui concerne le domaine de la finance et de la gestion financière. Pour beaucoup, en fait, la gestion financière est un langage bien compliqué pour beaucoup d'entrepreneurs. C'est quelque chose d'incompréhensible et ils préfèrent laisser toute la partie finance et comptabilité aux comptables. alors que la gestion financière est justement un outil extraordinaire, permettez-moi de le dire, qui nous permet de comprendre comment va notre entreprise et qui nous permet de prendre les bonnes décisions pour le développement de l'entreprise. C'est vraiment le constat que les entrepreneurs avaient des difficultés dans la gestion de leurs finances et la gestion d'entreprise qui nous ont poussé à créer Miemip Consulting. Miemip Consulting, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Miemip, déjà, ça signifie Make it easier, make it better. En français, le rendre plus simple pour mieux le faire. Notre ambition est réellement d'accompagner les entrepreneurs. Pourquoi? Parce que être entrepreneur, c'est premièrement avoir un rêve. Et j'insiste dessus, être entrepreneur, c'est avoir un rêve. C'est faire de ce rêve, faire de sa passion son métier. Et nous, ce qu'on veut, c'est aider ces entrepreneurs qui ont un rêve, qui ont une passion, mais qui ne savent juste pas comment faire pour bien gérer la partie financière alors qu'ils sont excellents dans ce qu'ils font. C'est leur donner les clés, les informations et le savoir nécessaire pour qu'ils puissent prendre les bonnes orientations, les bonnes décisions pour la gestion de leur entreprise. Pour ça, notre ambition se décline en 2 points. Le premier, c'est permettre aux chefs d'entreprise de comprendre ce qu'est la gestion financière. Le deuxième, c'est d'être capable, c'est de rendre les chefs d'entreprise capables de prendre des décisions sur base de l'analyse des finances de leur entreprise. Nos ambitions, on les décline en 3 volets. Le premier concerne la performance. Donc, on va accompagner les entrepreneurs à améliorer le pilotage de la performance de leur entreprise. Ça va vraiment être travailler sur différents postes, sur les différents services et produits qu'ils peuvent proposer pour pouvoir booster le chiffre d'affaires. Il va y avoir la partie des coûts. On va juste travailler à réduire les coûts afin de permettre de dégager des marges. Et le budget. Le budget, c'est la thématique que nous allons aborder aujourd'hui. Définir un budget et suivre l'évolution de ce budget pour réaliser un bénéfice en fin d'exercice. Le budget, c'est important. Oui, c'est très important. Budgétiser, oui, mais pourquoi? D'emblée, j'aimerais dire que beaucoup d'entrepreneurs vont nous dire que budgétiser, ils ne le font pas. Et lorsqu'on cherche à comprendre les différentes raisons qui expliquent qu'ils ne budgétisent pas, certains diront qu'ils ne savent pas ce qu'il faut faire. Pour d'autres, ils ne connaissent juste pas les bénéfices d'un budget et ils ne voient pas l'utilité de mettre en place un budget alors qu'ils ne voient pas quels vont être les bénéfices pour eux d'avoir un budget. Pour d'autres, c'est juste le manque de connaissances. C'est-à-dire qu'ils n'ont pas assez de connaissances pour pouvoir développer un budget ou créer un budget qui pourrait les aider dans l'activité qu'ils sont en train de réaliser. Pourtant, ne pas avoir de budget constitue un réel handicap. Et oui, ne pas avoir un budget peut constituer un réel handicap dans la gestion de votre société. Pourquoi? Parce qu'un budget permet en fait d'avoir une vision à 3, 6, 9 mois sur ce qu'il va se passer. Lorsque je définis un budget, je vais être capable de me dire, ben voilà, dans 3, 6 ou 9 mois, je devrais faire face à telle ou telle charge. Dans 3 mois, j'aurai telle chose à payer. Dans 6 mois, j'aurai telle chose à payer. Avoir un budget, ça nous permet en fait, d'une certaine manière, d'anticiper les différents événements qui vont arriver. On peut prendre l'exemple de cette crise Covid. Beaucoup n'avaient pas anticipé ce qui allait se passer. Et pour beaucoup, ça a été une grande surprise. Oui, pour quasiment tous. Mais certains avaient, grâce au budget, pu mettre un petit peu d'argent de côté afin de pallier, en tout cas, les premiers mois à ces difficultés qui sont arrivées. Avoir un budget, c'est vraiment avoir les ressources qui vont nous permettre, en cas de coup dur ou lorsqu'un imprévu va arriver, de prendre les bonnes décisions en tenant compte de ce que nous avons en trésorerie. Budgétiser. Donc le budget, en réalité, qu'est-ce que c'est? Parce qu'on parle de budgétiser, mais qu'est-ce que c'est concrètement budgétiser? Le budget, en fait, c'est un prévisionnel. Ce sont basés sur des prévisions. Donc lorsque je vais établir un budget, je vais définir mes charges. Les charges qui vont correspondre à ce que je dois payer. Généralement, on va s'appuyer sur ce que nous avons déjà payé les années précédentes, qui nous donne une vision assez assez réaliste, on dirait, de ce qu'on aura à payer sur la nouvelle année. On va également définir un prévisionnel des recettes qu'on va réaliser au cours de l'année. Donc, le budget est un outil de synthèse qui nous permet de prévoir ce qu'on aura à payer et ce qu'on va gagner. Le budget, il va permettre de chiffrer et de matérialiser les objectifs pour le nouvel exercice comptable, puisqu'un budget est réalisé en début d'exercice comptable, donc soit en début de la nouvelle année, ou sinon, comme certains, en fin d'année, comme c'est le cas pour certains, au mois d'octobre, novembre ou décembre, juste avant de commencer janvier, on va définir le budget pour préparer sereinement la nouvelle année. Le suivi du budget est important, puisque oui, c'est très important de mettre en place un budget. Mais si on s'arrête juste au budget qu'on a défini, ce n'est pas assez en fait. Définir un budget, ce n'est pas assez. Ce qui est important à côté, c'est de suivre le budget que l'on a défini. Pourquoi? Parce que lorsque je vais suivre le budget que j'ai défini, je vais être capable d'identifier si déjà ce que j'ai budgété, donc ce que j'avais prévu, est en lien, en adéquation avec ce que j'ai réalisé. C'est très important puisque le fait de constater que le chiffre d'affaires que j'ai réalisé est bien inférieur à ce que j'ai budgété peut déjà être une piste pour commencer à réfléchir et à mettre en place des nouvelles actions. Et oui, lorsque je constate que mon chiffre d'affaires est d'en dessous que ce que j'avais budgété, je peux commencer à fouiller et me demander qu'est-ce qui s'est mal passé. Qu'est-ce que nous avons fait qui n'a pas su générer assez de chiffre d'affaires ou en tout cas le chiffre d'affaires escompté. On peut par exemple prendre le cas de certains magasins comme un magasin de chaussures ou un magasin de jouets. Les différents confinements que nous avons eus ont fait que beaucoup de clients aujourd'hui ont pris l'habitude d'acheter en ligne. Parce que c'est plus simple, parce que c'est plus pratique. Parce que lorsque j'achète en ligne, j'achète directement de chez moi. Il y a moins de tracas. Oui, mais si j'ai un magasin, si j'ai une boutique, comment faire? Et c'est aussi une question qui peut se poser dans l'autre sens. J'ai une boutique, comment faire? Moi, j'ai une boutique, je ne vends pas sur Internet. Parce que pour une personne qui a une boutique mais qui vend sur Internet, elle peut juste se dire, voilà, j'avais budgété de réaliser tant de chiffres d'affaires via mes ventes en magasin. Aujourd'hui, je n'en réalise pas autant. Et bien peut-être que ce que je vais faire, c'est que je vais booster mes ventes sur Internet afin de pallier à ce que je pensais gagner dans mon magasin. Mais lorsque l'on n'a pas de site Internet et qu'on a seulement un magasin physique, comment faire lorsqu'on a seulement une boutique? Ça peut être aussi un indicateur, se rendre compte que notre chiffre d'affaires réalisé n'est pas aussi élevé que ce qu'on en pensait. Alors, on peut mettre en place des actions stratégiques ou différentes stratégies pour pouvoir booster le chiffre d'affaires. Le budget et surtout le suivi du budget est un élément qui va nous permettre de prendre des décisions et d'orienter en fait la gestion de notre entreprise de manière assez quotidienne, puisque le suivi du budget est réalisé soit trimestriellement ou mensuellement. Donc, on a des informations sur les mouvements de trésorerie de manière assez régulière et nous sommes assez à jour pour prendre les bonnes décisions. Le suivi du budget permet également d'ajuster les objectifs afin de les mettre en adéquation avec les moyens actuels ou futurs. Et cela est très important. Pourquoi? On peut définir des objectifs. Je peux choisir d'investir dans telle ou telle chose, de m'en lancer dans tel projet. Oui, mais est-ce que cet objectif peut être très beau avec de très bons outcomes? Mais est-ce que j'ai pris le temps de réfléchir à combien cela va me coûter? C'est une question très importante car lorsqu'on ne regarde pas combien la réalisation de cet objectif peut nous coûter, on peut se retrouver à mi-chemin à manquer des moyens financiers afin d'accomplir cet objectif, de réaliser cet objectif. Donc, le suivi du budget nous permet de nous dire, ah ben, actuellement, avec les ressources que j'ai en caisse, je ne pourrais pas ou je ne pourrais plus réaliser mon objectif tel que je l'avais souhaité. Ce que j'aimerais dire, et la chose sur laquelle j'aimerais vraiment insister, c'est que la gestion du budget est un réel outil d'aide à la décision pour la gestion d'entreprise. Lorsque l'on fait un budget prévisionnel, c'est un petit peu comme lorsque nous sommes en voiture. Lorsque nous sommes en voiture, en tout cas pour ici dans certains pays, nous avons besoin d'un GPS. où nous avons à minima besoin des panneaux. Les panneaux vont nous indiquer quelle route nous devons prendre afin d'éviter qu'on se perde. Imaginez si vous étiez sur une route sans panneaux. Comment faire pour arriver à destination? Comment faire pour quitter le nord pour aller au sud? S'il n'y a pas de panneau qui nous indique la bonne route à suivre. Un budget prévisionnel, c'est exactement la même chose. C'est un outil qui va permettre au chef d'entreprise, donc à l'entreprise, de savoir où est-ce qu'elle doit aller. Quelles sont les routes en fait qu'elle doit suivre? Est-ce qu'elle doit aller à gauche ou elle doit aller à droite en fonction de l'évolution? En fonction de l'évolution en fait de son activité. Ce que j'aimerais rajouter concernant le budget, c'est donner peut-être quelques conseils parce que je suis bien consciente que certaines personnes diront que soit elles n'ont pas les connaissances, soit elles n'ont pas les ressources ou elles n'ont tout simplement pas les moyens de faire appel à quelqu'un pour les aider à mettre en place un budget. Ce que j'aimerais dire premièrement, c'est que on peut créer son budget soi-même, créer un outil, mettre en place un budget très simple. Puisqu'un budget, certains le font sur des outils assez complexes, certains le font sur des logiciels, mais d'autres le font sur des outils beaucoup plus simples, tels qu'un Excel. Il suffit sur votre Excel de commencer par avoir une bonne connaissance des charges fixes que l'entreprise doit payer chaque mois. Par là, ce que je veux dire, c'est que vous devez être conscient de ce que vous avez à payer pour que votre entreprise continue à fonctionner. Comme je l'ai dit précédemment, quasiment une entreprise sur deux fait faillite à cause d'une mauvaise gestion de la trésorerie. C'est-à-dire qu'elle a mal anticipé les différentes charges qu'elle sera amenée à payer pour que l'entreprise continue. Donc, avoir une bonne connaissance de ces charges vous permet d'être déjà conscient que chaque mois, j'ai ceci ou cela à payer. Vous serez donc conscient que lorsque vous réalisez un chiffre d'affaires, il faut mettre une partie de côté et ne pas tout utiliser ou ne pas tout de suite penser à investir dans certains postes, mais mettre une somme de côté afin de pouvoir couvrir les charges que vous aurez à payer. Lorsque l'on définit des objectifs, il faut définir des objectifs, c'est très important, mais définir clairement pour chaque objectif les ressources financières et humaines mobilisées. C'est très important parce que définir un objectif, c'est bien. Mais le but de l'objectif, c'est de l'atteindre et de le réaliser. Lorsqu'on va définir les ressources financières que vont mobiliser cet objectif, ça va vous permettre de savoir si oui ou non, vous avez dans votre trésorerie la capacité d'atteindre cet objectif. Et il ne faut pas hésiter au cours de l'année, comme on l'a vu avec le suivi du budget, de revoir cet objectif, de revoir en fonction de ce qu'il y a en trésorerie, si c'est possible ou non d'atteindre cet objectif. Le dernier point, c'est n'hésitez pas à vous baser sur les chiffres réalisés l'année dernière à la même période pour identifier si vous serez capable de payer pour cela. Pour ça, c'est simple. Il suffit de regarder ce que vous avez réalisé les années précédentes et de vous dire, à cette année-là, à cette période-là, j'avais ceci ou cela comme chiffre d'affaires. Je pense que cette année, je serai capable. C'est également important de le faire parce que ça vous permet, lorsque vous définirez vos objectifs, de voir si oui ou non vous continuez. Car il n'y a pas d'intérêt à définir un nouvel objectif si vous n'êtes pas sûr de pouvoir le réaliser et d'aller jusqu'au bout avec l'objectif que vous avez défini. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des questions. Je ne sais pas si vous avez des questions sur le sujet. En tout cas, je vous écoute. J'ai terminé mon exposé. Encore une fois, je tiens à remercier l'équipe de TROPICS Business Summit pour l'opportunité qu'ils m'ont donnée de pouvoir vous parler de cette thématique. Si jamais vous avez des questions, si jamais vous souhaiteriez approfondir sur d'autres sujets, sur ce que j'ai pu vous présenter, n'hésitez surtout pas, contactez-moi et je me ferai vraiment un plaisir de pouvoir répondre à vos questions. Un budget peut-il définir la taille d'une entreprise? Est-ce que vous pouvez clarifier ce que vous voulez dire? Un budget peut-il définir la taille de l'entreprise? Puisque déjà, j'aimerais dire qu'un budget ne dépend pas de la taille de l'entreprise. Beaucoup pensent qu'il faut absolument avoir une grosse entreprise pour pouvoir définir un budget. Non, même en étant une petite structure, vous avez besoin d'un budget. Après, un budget peut-il définir la taille de l'entreprise? J'ai du mal à comprendre le sens de la question. Moi, je le comprendrais plutôt dans le sens, est-ce qu'un budget dépend de la taille de l'entreprise? Et encore une fois, je vous dirais non, même avec une petite structure. Parce que si vous êtes une petite entreprise avec un chiffre d'affaires de 20 000 $, vous avez quand même des charges. Vous avez quand même des charges à payer. Je veux dire, même si vous réalisez que 20 000 $ de chiffre d'affaires, mais pour produire ce que vous avez à produire, que ce soit les habits que vous vendez en pagne, ça vous coûte. Vous achetez le pagne, vous achetez le fil, vous achetez ceci. Donc, ce sont des charges et vous devez être capable de savoir, dans 2-3 mois, comment va se porter mon activité si je cherche à m'agrandir, quel chiffre d'affaires je dois faire pour pouvoir régler mes charges et aussi me faire un bénéfice que je vais garder en fait et que je vais, si je puis le dire comme ça, mettre dans ma poche. Pourrions-nous avoir ce module, s'il vous plaît? Alors, si ce module vous intéresse, je vais très prochainement, donc mi-novembre, faire un webinaire sur la gestion des finances et vous aurez encore l'opportunité, il sera beaucoup plus long et on aura l'opportunité de rentrer un petit peu plus dans les détails. Il y aura des temps d'exercice où vraiment vous serez vous-même avec les exercices seront basés sur votre entreprise où vous pourrez regarder, on pourra analyser ensemble comment ça se passe dans votre entreprise et définir si vous voulez un budget puisque nous sommes, comme on a dit, en fin d'année et c'est très important de très bien préparer cette nouvelle année, surtout avec les différents problèmes que nous avons eu avec le Covid. Ça ne nous a vraiment pas aidé, ça n'a pas aidé nos activités. Et cette année, il faut qu'on anticipe tout ce qui peut se passer, que ce soit les différents confinements, que ce soit les frontières qui se ferment, l'impossibilité de faire du business à l'étranger. Il faut vraiment anticiper ces choses et mettre en place, comme ceux qui ont des magasins physiques et qui n'ont pas de site internet, penser, investir pour avoir un site internet, pour pouvoir vendre, penser à toutes ces choses, penser à pouvoir vendre, pouvoir avoir l'opportunité d'aller délivrer les produits. Ce sont des choses qui coûtent. Et encore une fois, il faut que ça apparaisse dans votre budget. Vous devez anticiper ces coûts si vous voulez que ça fonctionne et, in fine, dégager le chiffre d'affaires que vous espérez.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Hi, this is Gabino Gerangumba. Can you all hear me? Hi, I would like to briefly talk about updating infrastructure in Africa. Leapfrog. Can you guys hear me? Yes, hi, good afternoon. I would like to speak about leapfrogging the infrastructure gap in Africa using new and adapted renewable energy and smart infrastructure building. Essentially, we at Integrated Solar Technologies, we have confectionated a solar module that can be used to encompass and provide electricity as well as a broadband connectivity along with thermal storage. We would like to discuss briefly what the innovation entails, but also how the type of platform that we'll be discussing can help Africa leapfrog and close the current infrastructure gap. So essentially, we would like to discuss platform that are being created by a lot of forward-thinking companies that, such as ourselves, that whether it be in fintech, in infrastructure, electricity, renewable energy, or storage, that account not only the I want to say the lack the lack of infrastructure, but also build upon the adapted solution that can help pretty much close the infrastructure gap. We see a lot of disruption that are being done on a lot of in a lot of fields area just because and platform can really look at what we used to call a a a huge gap and really look at it as an opportunity. Those opportunities are far-fetched in between, and it is actually up to entrepreneurs in all different areas to look at those challenges and turn actual business opportunities. So without further saying, I just wanted to help advocate that everybody visit our website, which is www.i-solar-technologies.com to learn more about our platform. And also, I'll be opening up the platform for any questions and comments that you guys may have. Does anyone have any question? So should you have any questions or concern, please feel free to drop a quick email that can be reached at Gabino, GABINO, at solar, SOLAR, hyphen, again, technologies with the IES.com. And we will be looking forward to launching a campaign about actually identifying load servicing entities we call LSC. Those will be entities that could be used as, actually will be a partner looking, really much to partner with entrepreneurs as well, spirited people that are excited about sharing a transformative platform in their countries using a very solid business model, and they already in existing business or would like to launch their own electricity and broadband. There will be plenty of options that we will help make this journey successful. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and looking forward to sharing our exciting platform with you all. Thank you.